So, if you are in a prototype category, then you have got to plan your kind of passing of everybody, and that's why there's part of why there's so much of a dash to get out there straight away in the qualifying session, because there are pretty much there's no traffic obviously straight away. It takes you a little bit of time to catch up to the back end of the GT traffic, so that's why there's such a race to go out of the pit lane. Obviously the rain was a factor today as well, but it's always a dash to get out there quickly, purely because it might be the only chance you actually get of a totally clear track. After that it's pandemonium for the rest of it, really.
Yeah, pandemonium is a very, very good way of putting it, especially as you said, you're trying to get that mad dash to make sure that you get that dry time in. And having a look at the timing at the moment, you can also find it at timing.gtr24h.org. It's still Martin Henderson in the lead of the hypercar class. I made that approximately 0.8 of a second ahead of Patrick Silvassi in the number 80 Omicron Sim Racing car. In terms of MP2, Marcel Chisnik in the 117 Varga Sim Racing car, 0.7 of a second ahead of David Koleski in the number 22 Mugen Sim Racing car. In GTEs, it's Daniele Primavera in the 54 Musto GTE Sports car, about half a second ahead of Donat Prodan in the number 66 Volanti Racing car. In terms of GTE, it's Adam Serga in the number 41 Mugen Sim Racing car. And I made that. Let's have a look. What are those times? Can I do maths correctly? Of course I can, but only about 0.3 of a second ahead of the 717 Unison Racing car, currently driven by Alexander Zakharov.
Yeah, if you are on the timing, by the way, timing.gtr24h.org, then you will notice it looks quite big, the gap in GT3, because there's actually two cars in overall placings between between Mugen Sim Racing and between Unison Racing, who are in second at the moment. ID Sim Sport and Volante Racing have found themselves in between, because GT3 and GT are so close on times that they've actually managed to wedge themselves in there. So it does look a bigger gap than it actually is, but very, very close in GT3 at the moment. Although Mugen looking to repeat their qualifying performance from Indianapolis, which saw them take pole, and the extra pole position point that you get for taking it as well.
So that, as we were saying yesterday, that pole position point could actually be very important when it comes to the end of the season, perhaps deciding the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. There were some very tight margins in the championship at the end of last season. I want to say that the closest was in GTE, because Simply Race and Musto GTE, but for the first three races, finished first and second in almost an alternating pattern throughout the first three races. Obviously, it got a little bit more tricky as they both had not ideal races at Le Mans, but no, it was a good fight in GTE, and in the end, Musto managed to win. But these are the kind of margins you get. Extra points, by the way. This is a little bit different to almost any of the series I've really seen. You get 1 point for pole position. You don't get one for fastest lap, by the way, which I think is a good thing, really. It's not really an endurance racing thing, battling for fastest lap in a race, so I'm glad that's not given a point. But you do get a point for completing the race at the very least, so I know it's not much, but it's that little incentive for you to carry on until the end, and you've got to scoop up these points wherever you can, whether it be in qualifying here or just simply finishing the race. Even though you've not had the greatest race, even if you're not inside the top 10 for some race placing points, you might as well scoop up that one for at least crossing the line at the end of the day.
Yes, and that bonus point news just give a little incentive for everyone to just keep on driving and try and finish the race. Lewis Hamilton, Martin Henderson, currently on stream at number one on the side pod, and number one overall, and number one in class as well. And this is something that I actually really like about all of these endurance racing cars. Is the LED light board on the side of each car that tells you what position they're in, and it also tells you the stationary time in terms of stops as well.
Yes, it does. We're going to have to keep an eye our eye on that throughout the race, but no, very, very useful feature to actually have, as opposed to the 3 dots which they have in real life, which is, or they do in the WC anyway. I don't know if they're getting rid of those and replacing them with a number, because it would be more useful especially if you're not inside the top 3, although in some of the classes in the WC recently, it's not been that likely that you're outside of the top 3, if we're honest, because there's not been many cars, particularly in the top class. But no, it's a good system, so that we can really see what's going on. But we're going to have to try and figure out the strategies for these guys. To be honest, I've no idea really what the situation is with the double stinting, triple stinting tyres, and so I guess it depends a little bit on rain and certain other factors. But I don't really know what the strategies are going to be for this one in any of the classes really, because I don't know. I've just not really seen, but it's going to be at least a double stint for LMP2s, maybe even a triple as well if you can make it work. But that's one of the fascinations really. You take that trade-off. Do you take the extra time to get the pace advantage that you have with a new set of tyres, or do you just keep the old ones on and just manage them to the end of the next stint or not? It's a real conundrum that these guys are going to have to figure out.
Yes, generally in terms of fuel, because fuel really is the limiting factor each time round. In terms of fuel, the GT cars can pretty much do an hour on the nose at any circuit apart from Le Mans. Which of course means you'll only be likely double stinting the tyres at most until we get to Le Mans, because Le Mans is obviously a very, very low deg circuit. So they're most likely only going to be double stinting. But what's going to be very interesting, what you said with the LMP2s, what are they going to be doing in terms of their tyres? What you might do is you might work out how many pit stops they need, and then work out what the tyre strategy is going to be essentially from the end of the race, going back to the beginning.
Yeah, in a 12-hour race, I feel like that is a little bit more manageable. But in a 24-hour race, I don't know. I've always had some kind of aversion to planning right for the final pit stop from hour 0. Really, I don't know. I just think there's too many things that can go wrong that it's just bound to. Because I've never seen anybody have a perfect 24-hour race, and but that's what you plan for. You can't really plan for mistakes and accidents, because they are just that really. You can't predict them, so it's a little bit more plannable in the 12-hour race, because there is a limited amount of time. And I would say as well, in GTR 24H, where we don't have code 60s and so on, or not normally anyway, we've had one in, I think, ever. I think we had that in Le Mans last year. That was the first ever, and hopefully only. But the fact that we don't throw those pretty much ever means that you really can plan for a 12-hour race, and maybe even you can plan your last pit stop right from the very start.
Yeah, that code 60 can really throw a spanner into the works depending on what point of the race it comes, because really if it's halfway through a stint, you then have you have to make a very fast decision as to, do you want to come in and change tyres and fill up and make use of that code 60 when you're only halfway through a stint, and then that might throw everything off towards the end of the race as well.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a bit of a headache, but I don't think that's a headache that these guys are going to have to deal with, fortunately for them. I made a bit of I said something wrong earlier, because I said that Eros Rashuli in the Pescara car, the new Corvette, and said it was the only one in the field. Well, actually, I told a lie, because Viaductin have also taken on the challenge of the new Corvette. I guess the reason I don't remember is because they weren't really a feature in the race, which is bizarre, really. I think I don't even know if they competed in the Indianapolis race, but either way, they're here at the moment for Silverstone, hypercar champions, of course, from the EEWC in 2020. Not much competition in the hypercar class last season. There's a little bit more now, but there's certainly a lot more in GTE, and they've decided to take on the challenge with a new car. That is a pretty daunting prospect, actually, moving to a different class, taking on a new car for everybody, when there's no real baseline to kind of go off. You can't ask somebody how do you do this, and what's the best way to set up this, because there's no baseline for it in a new car. You've just got to kind of, you're completely walking in blind into a new category, completely blind, which I think is a very, very tricky thing to do for Viaductin.
yes, it can be a very tricky thing to do, as you were saying. Of course, Viaducton have excuse me, Viaducton, they tend to be a very young team. Let's put it that way. If I remember correctly, last time I checked, the average age of their team was something like 16 or 17. It makes me very sad inside that you can have drivers as good and as young as that. It just makes me think, what am I doing with my life as well?
Yeah, it is a little bit depressing to see people that are definitely younger than you and still going a lot quicker. I've seen in other places people are actually racing it, not on R-Factor 2, I might add, but as one of the LMP2s just going for a bit of a spin. Whoever's in 6th place, I think it might be a fair racing team, just going for a quick spin there. Tony Jansen for a half spin. But once raced it in a league on the F1 game, I think I can say that, against someone someone at the time, I presume they're not anymore, but it's about 10 years old, and completely destroyed everybody, by the way, as well. It was remarkable, but also very depressing at the same time. There are some very, very quick young drivers out and about these days, but I say these days, they kind of always have been. It's a little bit grounding for some people, but the thing I tend to notice, it might not be, it might be a bigger problem in endurance, I don't really know, but I find that they haven't quite got that maturity kind of edge for a long kind of race. They haven't got that cool head that kind of develops with a lot of experience. Inexperienced can make rash moves. One thing sets them back and it can snowball into another, and that's the only thing I would say, that the raw talent for some of these young guys is absolutely unbelievable, but sometimes it just lack that little bit of experience and maturity to know that you can keep a cool head, things can go wrong and you can still do very well, and sometimes young drivers don't quite have that just yet.
Yeah, just having a look at the locked up attire coming into, what's that left-hander? Is it Luffield? I can never remember which one it is, the one at the end of the Wellington Straight. Or is that the right-hander?
Brooklands. Right-hander's Luffield afterwards, yeah. So,
locking up attire coming into Brooklands there under braking. Of course, that is kind of a fairly tricky braking zone as well, because you really want to brake and turn at the same time, because Brooklands is, at least to me, whenever I am driving, it's almost like a decreasing radius corner as you go around. It just seems to tighten and tighten that little bit more as you keep on going around the corner.
Yeah, the apex is astoundingly late, and so when you have to try and cut in very late like that, you often find yourself braking and turning at the same time, and cars don't really like that. It does make them a little bit unhappy, and you can see a few spins. I noticed as well in recent times the GT cars, when they get into it, because they're so loaded on the front when they're braking, they're a bit heavier, so the braking's a bit heavier, and the kind of weight all just shoots forwards, and the rear left tyre it's not quite Clio style off the ground, but it is very unloaded, and so when you get a prototype down your inside, kind of disrupting your line a little bit, it can get very, very sketchy on the way into that corner for a GT car, because you're just very, very loose on the rear going in while you're turning at the same time as well.
Yes, and that's something you've really got to make sure that you minimise, because the tyre modelling in R-Factor 2 really does not like you looking at the tyres, and it will spike up those tyre temperatures, and it will take maybe about half a lap or so for those tyre temperatures to come back down to normal, and during that entire half lap, because you've heated up the tyre a little bit more, it starts wearing a little bit faster, and that really is not helpful, especially in an endurance race. But also, if you have a proper lock-up, that tyre life just goes down like a lead balloon.
Yeah, absolutely. You do not want to be locking up whatever you do. Even in qualifying, it's not going to be great for your lap time. And speaking of not great for your lap time, I've just seen one move go off at Brooklands, the corner we were talking about a moment ago. Big spin for the Ferrari. Let me see who's driving that car. I think it's still Ludovic Darquis driving. No, it's Thibaut Malbrun who's got in. So a bit of a change. We don't often see too many changes here in qualifying. You'd rather just sit in there for the 2 hours and go as fast as you can, or I would anyway. because you kind of need but some drivers can just get in there and go. Some drivers just need a bit of a rhythm, so they've decided to make that change down at one move. Haven't seen any drivers who I didn't see at the start in now though. Looking up and down, none of the drivers I can see really, although saying that, Marcel Cincic has got out and Daniel Wisner has got in for P3 overall, leading LMP2 car, as meanwhile further up the order Martin Hemmingsen has just gone quicker again. 42.0 for them, puts them 1.1 seconds in the lead of this session. I'd imagine that was a clean lap because that was a good half a second quicker than he was before, and you don't find that kind of time out of nowhere.
No, and sometimes you just need a little bit of luck, but sometimes you just suddenly find something that clicks, and suddenly you find half a second or so, and you just suddenly become that much faster, and you can never really tell what that click is, but just sometimes you just start to feel that a certain line or a certain setup tweak suddenly becomes so much faster.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, sometimes when I mean, my driving experience is very limited, and there's a reason for that. But it's sometimes you don't even notice. Like sometimes you just look up and you find yourself going half a second, or I do anyway. I guess there's so much time to find with me that maybe you can get 5/10 out of nowhere. But sometimes you just look up to the top or wherever you've got your times coming in, and you realise that you're going about half a second quicker than you were before, which is sometimes a little bit bizarre. But no, sometimes you just get that really hooked up feeling with the car, and everything just falls right. Obviously a little bit of a traffic free lap as well, I would imagine, for Hemmingsen, as I said earlier on, but no, he's really comfortable in that car at the moment. Part of the race winning team from Le Mans last year, of course, and drove at Indianapolis a month ago as well, so very accustomed to the hypercar, very accustomed to the Drillers Esports kind of way of working in an endurance race as well, and so they're looking at very good for another one, another victory that is. However, we did see them have issues back in Indianapolis. It wasn't without their problems. I believe it was a kind of a lag spike, if I remember correctly, launched their car into the air. They actually got the wrong side of the barriers down at turn 9, I think it is, or turn 8 at Indianapolis, and had to escape to the pit lane, lost a couple of laps to Omicron. So it wasn't without issues for Drillers last month out, but they're certainly looking good to take another victory once again right now.
I say victory. It's very early to say anything like that, surely.
Yes.
But yeah, it's about 1.1 seconds ahead of the Omicron Sim racing car at the moment in Q1. In terms of Q2, in terms of P2, I should say rather, it is Daniel Wisner in the 117 Vargas Sim Racing car, David Koloksai in the number 22 Mugen Sim Racing, and James Juba in the number 17 Drillers Esport car, being the top 3 in LMP2. In GTEs, it's Daniel Primavera in the number 54 Musto GT Esports car, Paulie Allen in the 66 Volante Racing, and the DIS SR Sim Racing Lab number 45 in third. In terms of GT3s, Adam Sergan, the number 41 Mugen Sim Racing car, followed by Alexander Zakharov in the 717 Unison Racing car, and then Thibaut Moblin in the 26 One Move car. Currently top 3 in each class as we're approaching the middle sector. Middle point of this Q1 session.
Yes, we are indeed, because 1 hour to go, just over an hour to go, hour and 2 minutes. There's a big slide there for Viaducton a few moments ago, going through Maggots and Beckett. It's a very tricky portion of the racetrack for a GT car. Big shout out, by the way, to we've got a load of different platforms we're streaming on here today, by the way, YouTube, Facebook among them, but also a shout out to the viewers watching on Roku and Amazon, because I know there are people from all kinds of different platforms all over the world as well, watching here qualifying at the moment and watching the race when that comes up on Saturday as well tomorrow. So yeah, a big welcome to everybody watching along all over and wherever you have found us. It's a big welcome from all of us, and hope you enjoy the 12 Hours of Silverstone, which is coming up this weekend. Hopefully it will be a good race. I'm sure it will. We're having a good qualifying session at the moment, as Jordi San Andres has just gone quicker in the world of sim racing. Our Zone Performance Porsche in GTE. Second place for the Spaniard at the moment. He's just moved ahead of Paul Yahanen, but he's 4/10 behind Daniele Primavera. That's quite a big margin when you consider that the 3 cars behind San Andres are separated by less than 4/10. So Primavera's really pulled one out the back there, and people are struggling to touch him for the moment.
Yes, and of course that could be what we talked about earlier, just finding something that clicks, and it looks like something has definitely clicked in that car. But of course, as we keep on saying as well, you've got to remember that we've got 2 qualifying sessions. The average of the 2 fastest lap times, well, the fastest lap time out of each session, I should say, rather, creates the grid for tomorrow. So it doesn't particularly matter if you're incredibly fast in this first qualifying session. If you have a terrible second qualifying session, well, that could not put you on pole, and you could lose that point.
Yeah, indeed, and as we mentioned, it could prove crucial towards the end of the season. As I said, as we said a moment ago, we've just crossed the halfway point in qualifying. Martin Hemmingson having a small moment there on the stream, but we're going to take a small moment ourselves now. Hopefully it goes a bit better than that did for Hemmingson, but we'll see in the next couple of minutes. You're watching qualifying for the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone here on GTR 24H. And we'll be back after this quick commercial break.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the GTR 24H 12 hours of Silverstone qualifying session. We're just under an hour to go now in qualifying one. Don't forget it's an average over the 2 sessions, so don't take these times as quite the qualifying order just yet, but we're on our way to making the order make a bit of sense, and hopefully it will before long. In the break, by the way, seen in the YouTube chat that Daniele, I presume that's Daniele Primavera in the YouTube chat, complaining that we've not mentioned his qualifying lap time. Well, we did, but I'll just mention it again because it is very good. I have to say, Musto GTE Sports car he's driving is 15th overall, but more importantly, first in GTE, being chased down a little bit by those behind them. We mentioned San Andreas had gone a little bit quicker before the break. Well, Paulie Ahannen's just come over the line for Volante Racing, and he's just gone a little bit quicker as well. So the gap for Primavera is only 3 tenths, but that doesn't detract from the fact that the Italian has put in a very good lap time there, and we know that he's a very fast driver as well from what we've seen in the sprint series in the past. He was, I believe he was part of the winning team, or certainly he was up there in many of the races in season 1 of the sprint series, but no, very, very impressive. But the GTE field as a whole is very, very impressive, and I don't think Primavera is quite out of the water yet, actually, because they're really bearing down on him, actually.
Yes, very bearing down on them. Nice English. Yes, they are bearing down on them. Just a quarter of a second behind Daniel Primavera as it starts, and just only about an 1/8 of a second to the car in 3rd place in GT at the moment. And look at that, was the DISSR lab car just getting overtaken by the Jet Blue coming down the higher straight, and indeed there goes the DISSR lab car into the pit. The full the LMP2s.
We've had a change, by the way, as well in GT3 at the moment. Alan, no, he has got a rear wing. Sorry, I thought that was Alan Soriga didn't have a front wing there, but he does, and he's just headed out on the pit lane again. The gap between the two of them, just 22 thousandths of a second. Absolutely remarkable between those two at the moment. That was Alexander Zakharov, who's just gone a little bit quicker for Unison Racing. So it's Aston Martin versus McLaren at the front of GT3, but it's remarkably close and very, very interesting to watch as well. Zakharov is a very, very solid GT driver, pretty much from the records that I looked through at the start of the season, pretty much the only thing I could see him driving. He doesn't drive a lot else to my knowledge, and there's plenty of driving talent on that team. Alexei Maizin, the Russian driver, has competed in FSR before, and he's a very quick driver. We've seen that whole team is very quick indeed from the Indianapolis race. They managed to win that one ahead of Danish Racing League, the number 13. They're looking to go 2 for 2 here at Unison Racing, but it's very, very close, and there's only 2 attempts back to 1 move. Further back from that, Morgan Adjusson is driving the Danish Racing League number 13, 29th overall, and that's not quite where they were last time out in Indianapolis. They were doing a little bit better, truth be told, so they'll be looking to do a little bit better than that. Currently a second away from Zakharov, who is leading GT3, just behind Callum Wilson driving the Glam Racing Aston Martin, and not the former Bournemouth striker either. He's a different person, but no, he's in 4th place at the moment as well. So changes in GT3 at the moment, and remarkably close as well here, Neil. 22 thousandths of a second separating those 2 cars.
Yeah, 22 thousandths of a second over, what is that, 1:58 lap? That tells me, well, at least my rough calculations tell me that's about 1/640. So put that into percentage, put that in terms of percentage, I make that somewhere in the region of about maybe 0.15% difference in terms of lap time between the two of them.
It's not a lot, is it? It's
not that much at all, no.
No, you'd be quite annoyed if you missed out by that much, to be honest, in a pole. Well, I would anyway, if I came 0.015% out of a pole position or whatever it is. But yeah, that would be very, very close, as we mentioned. Still just under an hour to go now. About 51 minutes on the clock still remaining, so plenty of time for these guys to be improving out there, and that's exactly what Alan Soreg's trying to do right now, trying to look at his sector times a little bit here. He is out there on the circuit, but I don't think this is actually counted towards that. I think he's still on an outlap, possibly, and he'll be coming to the line in about 30 seconds time to start a new one. Hopefully we can get a bit of a watch of that particular lap, because it's going to be a great fight. I feel like Mugen might have something in the bag to maybe pull this one out of the bag, proverbially, and try and get ahead of Unison Racing. They managed it in the Indianapolis qualifying, and I bet it was very, very close in that one as well. So yeah, I think that the conversation is not quite over for that. It's not over for any of the classes, in fact.
Yes, certainly not over at all, and really you can't tell it's over until the checkered flag is fallen in Q2 here this evening in approximately 3.5 hours time. But yes, it is still Primavera, and then actually we got Jordi San Andreas in the number 51 WSR car now in third place in the GTEs, and Alexander Zakharov in the 717 Unison Racing Team car has taken at least provisional pole position in the GT3.
He has indeed, and we'll be looking to stay there, but whether he can or not remains to be seen, really. I'm currently watching one of the newer Corvettes out there at the moment. I think it's the Viaducton one, the kind of bright orange livery, very, very distinctive cars, the Viaducton ones, and I think that they're a bit Marmite with the people who are watching. You kind of you don't think that livery's okay. You think it's really quite good, or not very good at all. I quite like it, actually, the kind of bright orange, but maybe other people have a bit of a different opinion on that. I'll tell you another really smart livery, actually, is the Pescara car just in front. Both of the Corvettes look very good, in my opinion, but the Pescara one, I don't know what it is, but yeah, I think the Pescara car looks very neat indeed, actually.
Yes, it certainly does, and there are some very, very nice liveried cars on the spread. Just having a look at number 10, Martin Hemmingson, that number 10 Julius Esport car coming across the old start finish line now. Still a second ahead of the number 80 Omicron Sim Racing car in the hypercar class. P1 in the side pods, P1 in class, P1 overall. I must say I do quite like those LED side pods as well. I mentioned that before, but they're so good.
Yeah, they are indeed, and it's actually just extended his advantage ever so slightly. It's still a 42.0, so I can only imagine he improved by thousandths of a second rather than tenths. So yeah, he's just extended it ever so slightly, over a second to Patrick Skubasi at the moment. But as I said, not over for qualifying just yet. They've got to perform in the nighttime conditions as well here in Silverstone. That session starting in about an hour and 20. We've got about half an hour break between the two qualifying sessions, let's not forget. A couple of incidents coming in under review, by the way, and during the race we will get live updates from race control to us commentators that we'll be able to then relay to you watching the stream, hopefully. So yeah, hopefully that all works out okay, but a lot of things for race control to trawl through during Indianapolis. It was one of those races where there were a fair few incidents, but I don't think many of them, if any, were really race-ending. There really weren't very many retirements, and I was expecting more, I have to say. So when we go to a bigger, wide-open circuit like Silverstone, which is much more accustomed and much better suited, you could argue, to endurance racing, then I think we could be in for a very clean race in terms of the lappery, although I hope I haven't just jinxed it by saying that, of course.
Of course, that means you have now.
Well, quite possibly, unfortunately. But yeah, it's always the way with Commentator's curse. I wonder how many commentator's curse we can have with that. I hope you're counting at home. I'm counting Neil's muting himself without realising at home that he's on one so far this weekend.
Last time I didn't mute was for a legitimate reason, because for some reason the Amazon related voice detection device that sat beside me started playing Ultravox for no reason whatsoever, and I don't understand why. but there we go. Last time was a proper one, so you didn't hear Vienna blaring out across commentary. But there we go. Daniel Visna having a look at now P1 in the P2 class, 3/4 of a second ahead of the 22 Mugen Racing car. That's quite a lot, especially over 105-second laps it is for the LMP2s. Having a look at James Jura now, slow motion in the pit lane, very nice actually. That number 17 Drillers eSport car only has to make up a 10th of a second to overtake the Mugen Sim Racing car though.
Yeah, there's very, very close margins in LMP2, as we've been mentioning pretty much the whole event so far, the whole qualifying session. Mugen Sim Racing second, as you mentioned, and then all the way down to, let's put it a second back, is Carl Leikegard driving the 777 DSR Nightmare car. Now, I'm afraid to tell you, he's in 9th in class, but he's only a second behind second, if that's not too much of a mouthful. So he's going to be, a little bit disappointed with the position, but it's hard to argue with the time. It's not a very bad time at all, very, very respectable, but it's just so close that improving by a 10th is probably going to get you a position at the very least.
Yes, at the very least, but as you were saying, it's so close in this qualifying session, just less than a second behind second as well. It's absolutely incredible around here at Silverstone, especially for these LMP2s, which are about, as we were saying, 105 seconds. I'm looking at Chris Gonzalez in the 334 Fair Racing team car, and just less than a tenth of a second behind the number 57 Armada Motorsports car, and 3/10 ahead of the number 15 Juice's Motorsport car, of course, as we were talking about earlier, that Ligier, as we've got a penalty for car 17 plus 5 seconds to the fastest qualifying lap time in this session due to an incident with car treble 7 in or near turn 6, which makes me think just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which makes it Brooklands at least, I believe, is turn 6. So 17 cars going to have a 5-second penalty to its lap time.
Ouch, is all I'm going to say to that, because that's quite a lot, really. So 5 seconds is going to be added to, I think, is it the average time, did you say, or this time?
This time.
This time. So James Zuber at the moment is 8/10 behind Daniel Visner at the front of the field. However, he's actually 5.8 seconds behind, which is quite a lot, and he at the moment is going to be last in LMP2, lining up on the grid, which is not good news for them at all. So unless they can pull, unless there are penalties coming for any of the other teams, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to not start at the back at this point, and it just shows. Race controller watching, even in qualifying, you might think that you might be able to get away with the odd incident, because if you spin out in one of these sessions, it doesn't matter too much. You're going to lose your lap time, but you can always just do another one. But in the race, it really does cost you. So you might not think that you're going to get penalised in qualifying here, but race control laying down a bit of a marker saying that you really are going to get punished for disrupting other people's lap times, and that is a good thing, because when the shoe is on the other foot, you don't like to be interrupted yourself by those other people getting in your way of your lap time. So it is a good thing that that's all being policed by race control as normal.
Yes, they're always watching race control, always watching and judging silently in the corner. That's all they do. But yes, as you're saying, they are always on the lookout for indiscretions and possible incidents. And you were saying that spinning out, we had on the stream about 30 seconds ago, Martin Hemmingson spinning out in that number 10 car, coming through the club chicane actually, and decided, I can't be bothered starting another lap, just cut into the pit lane.
Yeah, he did in the end. And just goes across the gravel, goes the wrong way. Slightly the wrong way. It's a nice drift as well into the pit lane. But, I know you saw that a few moments ago on stream, but I just went and watched that myself. It was a great drift. Obviously no points for that, I'm afraid. But deserved some from the looks of things. You've got to be careful with that, truth be told, because if you drive backwards the wrong way for too long, then I believe you're going to get disqualified even in qualifying, and that's going to put you right at the back. It might wipe out your lap time completely, and then you'll be hit with the I think it's 10 minutes you get given if you don't set a time in either of the qualifying sessions, and that's unrecoverable as well. Although we did see a few, particularly at Le Mans, there were a few teams who didn't do one session or the other, so there's a bit of a fight. There's kind of two fights going on for overall pole position and then kind of secondary pole with those who are who are being penalised for a particular or for not participating in one of the sessions.
Yes, there you go. There's P1, the GT is down in the Primavera, and the 54 car just coming to the pits, and there's Jordi San Andres, the 51S. WOSR car just kept making his way through the club chicane and putting on the throttle. And I've always found the very final corner at the newly reprofiled Silverstone, that right-hander just coming onto the start-finish straight. It really kind of depends what your car you're in, but in most of them I find it's just not quite flat out, and that's incredibly annoying.
It is quite annoying to drive, certainly. Definitely in the wet, I think all of these cars are going to be completely sideways skating around, and it's going to be a very annoying corner in the wet weather. I think the hypercars and the LMP2s might just about be able to get flat before they turn in, but no, GTs are going to be lifting through there, feathering the throttle as they go through, because you can't extend on the outside either. There is an inviting tarmac on the exit of that corner, but obviously you're going to get penalised with a warning. You're going to get your lap time deleted in qualifying, so you don't want to be out there, and no, it's going to be a very, very tricky corner no matter what the conditions are in the race, especially for the GT cars.
Yes, as you were saying, that very, very inviting piece of tarmac. It looks so lovely. It's just inviting you in. Come on, use me. But nope, you can't use it. And if you use it, you'll get pinged for track limits. And you can probably see the same on the exit of Stowe as well. And Cops as well. I think you can probably see the exit of those two corners. The tarmac is very inviting, but the track limits are there just to ping you as soon as possible. And there's a GT car going backwards across the track at the maggots. Or is it
yeah.
Sorry, it was Chap, I guess.
Yeah, wow, that was a massive spin for one of the Volante cars. It was huge, and Jordi San Andres did actually quite well to avoid that. The uppermost of the Volante cars was actually in the pit lane at the time. Bartos Lobodzian was in the pit lane, so it's got to be the other one, the 67. Paul August Line, I think, has made a huge... Although he's just entering the pit lane now, so... well, maybe that does make sense, actually, because it must have been him. He's done quite well not to hit anything there. I think it's quite fortunate that the barriers are quite a long way away through Maggots and Beckett's, because you do see some huge offs there, and if the barriers were a little bit closer, then we'd see a lot more cars not making it to the end of these kinds of races at Silverstone.
Yes, of course, Silverstone, because we have been seeing it's a very fast circuit, but because of that, and the disparities in terms of top speed between the classes, you can actually get a surprising closing speed between a couple of classes, especially hypercars and GT cars. That closing speed can really surprise you sometimes, and therefore that can lead to a couple of massive accidents that we've seen in the past.
Yeah, the GTs already look unstable on their own going through there, so God forbid what it's going to be like when they've got prototypes trying to race down the inside and outside, and it's going to be quite chaotic in there, especially the first time through traffic, which is going to be one to watch. Make sure you tune in for the start, because obviously you could say it's the most exciting part of the race. I think endurance races get more exciting as they go along, really, when you start to figure out what's happening. what might happen in front, and then you realise that it's actually going to be quite close, and it normally happens in that particular fashion. But the first time through traffic for the prototypes is going to be absolute hell on earth for both classes, I think, both prototype drivers and GT drivers. I don't think either of them really like it. The prototypes has just got a few laps of complete misery trying to get through all of the GT cars, and the GTs have got survival for a few laps, really. There's not a lot more you can do than that. It's always the most exciting part of the race to watch, and it's one of the most nerve-wracking to take part in.
Yes, that first time that the faster classes come through, because it's really not going to be that long into the race. Maybe about 15 minutes into the race or so, they're going to be starting to do that lapping.
Yes,
of course, all the GT cars, you're going to have about 8 or 9 GT3 cars, you're going to have 11 or 12 GTE cars, and they're all still going to be incredibly close together at the 15-minute mark, and that just makes it so much more difficult for the prototypes to come through and actually try and lap all of them in one go, because no doubt you're going to be breaking up a battle at some point between the GT cars.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite difficult, really, to manage everything, as I'm sure you can appreciate at home. Daniele Primavera, meanwhile, has just gone a tad bit quicker, not very much quicker, I would add, but he has gone slightly quicker with a 56.1 there. Once again, there's a thousandths of a tenth improvement there, really, rather than any major gains for the Italian driver. But he's still on provisional pole position for Musto GD Sports. I'm sure they'd rather their other car was up there, really, though, because that's the one that we're forecasting to be fighting for the championship. 4th place in Indianapolis, but according to accounts from other drivers that we were speaking to yesterday in practice session, or in the practice session, I should say, I think that Musto have got a little bit in the tank. They didn't have, I think they had an accident going on to the oval with a bit of a miscommunication kind of accident with one of the prototype cars, and so they went into the wall, and their race was not ruined, but it was always going to be difficult for them to score any kind of good result from there onwards. But they're certainly going to be wanting to defend their title. They've got some very, very high-class teams around them, though. Guys like HM Engineering, Pescara, DASSR Lab, Wood Sim Racing, and further down Duke's Motorsport Club, who got the pole position in GTE Indianapolis and proceeded to finish last, which shows how close it is in GTE.
Yes, that GTE class. Of course, a balance of performance is used to equalise the performance of all these GTE cars, but you can't necessarily do that at every single circuit, mainly because each of those cars have their own characteristics. For example, the Porsche always tends to be one of the more oversteery of the GT cars that I've, at least in my experience, and the Ferraris tend to be the most all-rounder car, at least in my experience as well.
I think that, well, I'll speak for real life. Certainly, the Porsche's very good in the wet. That's a very well-known fact from, if you pretty much watch a Porsche anywhere, it's probably going quite quickly in the wet weather conditions because of the way they hang the engine over the rear wheels or out the back completely of the car. It's almost not attached, how far out the back of the engine is. But these days, it's moved forward ever so slightly. It's a mid-engine car now. The GTE, the 911 RSR, is a mid-engine car now, and so I think I would agree. I think it is still a little bit unstable compared to the others. But the Ferrari very flat-footed, mid-engined as well. But I think it's a little bit more evenly distributed, really. And you can, although in my experience, I found it a little bit too understeery sometimes. I don't mind an understeery car, but sometimes even for me, it's a little bit difficult to manage. But I suppose if you get the right setup on, you can make any car work anywhere, really, if you know what you're doing, of course.
Yes, knowing what you're doing is like 90% of the battle.
Well,
I found
in everything.
The battle in endurance racing.
Yeah, well, yeah. I realise that's kind of a stupid thing to say, but you know what I mean. You do kind of need to be accustomed to what you're driving and so on. But Doesn't matter. It's only been an hour and a half, and I'm absolutely going down the toilet at the moment. God knows what's going to happen over 12 hours tomorrow, but we'll find out, of course. Make sure you tune in. We'll see. Midday European time, as always, as we've got just over half an hour left in this session at the moment. I haven't spoken about the prototypes for a few moments time, but I can assure you that nothing has changed at the front of the order for them. Actually, in LMP2, surprising amount of lack of changing, I would say. Daniel Visner still leading by 0.8 of a second. David Koloksai ahead of James Zuber, and then Roland Zooks is next for the Diak Hackers car, number 95. So not much change in LMP2. I'm not really sure what that's down to, whether people are just kind of reaching their limit, they've done the best that they can at this point and there's not much time to find for them, or whether they're just not able to string it together here after an hour and a half. I'm really not sure what the lack of improving is down to.
Yes, it's all right. You say that, but it could just be that they're focusing on race pace more than qualifying pace at this moment. Because essentially, because you can of course swap drivers in this session as well, you can almost do it as a mini racing test session for tomorrow, where you've got all 4 classes out there on track at the same time.
Yeah, it can be used as a bit of a practice session. It certainly is. The most comparable thing I can find to this in real life is the way we do qualifying in Le Mans in real life. It's kind of similar to that, just with 2 sessions rather than 3. I know they've changed the qualifying format for Le Mans in recent years, or last year I think it was. They changed it around, but they do tend to use that a little bit for practice, and you can do the same here. The difference is with the normal practice, obviously there is a practice server that's out all the time, but it doesn't always have 33 cars in it, and particularly for a prototype driver, it doesn't always have the amount of GTs that we have in the session right now. So it is certainly good practice if you just want to get to practice at lapping cars, because the only way you can get better at multi-class racing is to do multi-class racing. So I think this is a perfect opportunity for you to do it, even if you can't improve on your qualifying time. There's every reason for you to be lapping out there at the moment.
And just having a look while we were looking at the 007 Pro Sim LMP2, the Porsche GT in the background got zunted by a hypercar, and the Pro Sim car coming down towards the S's. Yeah,
it did a little bit. That's a bit of a sketchy moment.
To Zonta is to be overtaken on both sides.
Yes, by the way. Yes, I did know that, by the way, but
for a few, so it's fine.
Okay. I understand now. I thought you were telling me I didn't know what I was talking about, which, well, fair enough.
Well, these young people must know. Yes.
No, I might not have been alive, but I'm aware that but yes, there you go. Either way, we're just under half an hour to go in this qualifying 1 session right now. The darkness is not too far away right now. It is the daytime qualifying session, of course. 2 hours of nighttime driving coming up in about an hour's time when that session begins. But we're going to take a quick commercial break right now, and we'll be back with the final half an hour of qualifying after this. You're watching the FilmVolt 12 hours of Silverstone qualifying, and we'll be back in a moment.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to qualifying for the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, the second round of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship for 2021, and we're getting ourselves set up in the final half an hour here in the UK. It is Martin Hemmingson leading the standings at the moment in Hypercar, Daniel Visner for Varga in LMP2, Gianelli Primaveras holding on in GTE for Musto, and then in GT3 we've actually had a change in the last few moments. Alan Sereg has got himself ahead of Alexander Zakirov, but to the tune of about 200ths of a second, and so that has changed around in GT3. But I want to talk about LMP2 briefly, because in the break, Neil, I observed a very interesting thing. I saw James Zuber in the race control booth. Now, I think he's been arguing the toss about the penalty they've received, because he clearly thinks that, well, he knows, like we all do, that penalty is going to be so damaging for them, and he would like to get some clarification on it, and, well, ideally for him, he'd like to get it reversed as well. Yeah.
Yes, that 5-second penalty is not going to be particularly helpful when it comes to the starting position for the race tomorrow. And yes, as you're saying, that number 17 car perhaps trying to argue its ace. And that GT3 battle, Alan Serg only 100th of a second ahead of second place, whom at the moment is, let me find out the time screen again, is Alexander Zakharov, as you were saying just earlier, in that 17 Unison Racing car. Having a look at some very close battles as well elsewhere on the track. Matt Webb and Carl Likagor, the 68 and the 777 respectively, just 100th of a second separating those two cars as well. But if we have a look at the battle, I make that for, let's say, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, 9th and 10th in LMP2. Let's just say the top 10 in LMP2, they're all very close together. Second place at the moment, the fastest lap, James Juba. David Koloksai at the moment, just illustrating that. Number 22, Mugen Sim Racing car, their fastest lap at the moment is a 44.6. If we go down to Likagor in 10th place, 12th place overall, 10th place in class, his fastest lap is a 45.6. So yes, about second, separating 9 cars in LMP2 at the moment.
It's quite remarkable, that category. It really is. Very, very interesting prospect for the race. Certainly in the Premier prototype class here at the EEWC, it is the hypercar class, of course, and Martin Hemmingson has been leading since the very start. He's going even quicker as well. 4C17, which is nearly a second faster than he was at the start of the session, so clearly he is improving as he goes along right now. 1.3 seconds is his margin over Patrick Skilvassi, who's also been getting faster, I should add, and is not a slow driver by any means, but Hemmingson is just faster at the moment. I'm kind of glad that Burst Esport on the grid for this series, because they would likely have Martin Henningsen as well as Hemmingson, which is a nightmare. I seem to remember last year when we did the 24 hours at the Nordschleife here at GTR 24H in kind of May time, we had those two teams, Drillers and Burst Esport, had one of the most incredible battles I've ever seen, actually, in the early part of the night. Unfortunately, Drillers, the race didn't end for them quite the way they wanted it to, but they still had a fantastic fight, and for a brief moment in time, Henningsen and Hemmingson were driving at the same time. It was an absolute nightmare, but no, I'm glad it's just Hemmingson, on his... He doesn't even need to be here, and I'm getting mixed up. But no, Hemmingson is on the front at the moment, and doesn't show any signs of slowing down for the moment, neither do the whole Drullers team.
Yes, living, just that thought at the back of your head as to the surnames, but yes, Martin Henningsen now 1.25 seconds ahead of Patrick Silverstone in the number 80 Omicron Sim Racing car, and Daniel Visna appears to be, well, I'd say the gap between Visna and clocks out at the moment. The top two in LP2s is 3/4 of a second, and I make that, if we say 3/4 of a second, make that 0.35. The gap between second and gap between second and seventh in LP2 is also 3/4 of a second. So yeah, that just goes to show how fast Visna is at the moment in that 117 car.
Yeah, really, really quick is the answer. Very, very well. I think it's hard to say that it's hard to pick out a moment where he hasn't been really. So yeah, no surprise there. Particularly, it's in GT3. We've got Zakirov coming up to the line at the moment. His first sector, I'm afraid, is not quite as good as it needs to be, possibly, to get up towards the Mugen Sim Racing car in this session. He goes over the line now, and my timing screen has decided to refresh itself, so that's not good timing on that one. But no, he's not actually set a lap time on that previous one. So we're going to watch him. Well, I'm going to watch him at the very least through turn 3 at the moment. He's got one of the GTs in front of him, nicely gets out the way. Looks like he's got a bit of free track space as well. LMP2 in front, but he's not exactly going to catch up to any prototypes. Can't see any prototypes in the background either, and let's not forget, if he improves by 0.03 of a second, then he's going to be on pole here. So there's a big incentive for him to improve and get that average lap time down, of course.
Yes, that average lap time down, because that average lap time is the most important one when it comes to at least this qualifying session. I suppose you can see average lap time is also fairly important during the endurance race as well, because the lower lap time is the further you go. But yes, at the moment focusing on this qualifying time, and judging by how close those LMP2 cars at the moment, it's going to be a very, very interesting. It's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out in Q2 coming up in about 50 minutes time. In terms of GTEs, that is also fairly close. The pole position, the provisional pole position time is Daniel Primavera in that 54 Mazda GTE sports car, a 56.1. And I make that 2, 4, 5 cars in 5 cars in the top 5 in GTE cars by half a second.
Yeah, it's really, really close in GTE, as it has been for the whole of the session. Arguably the most competitive class we have here in the EEWC this season, for this year. Yeah, very, very good to watch that category indeed, as Zakirov, despite the fact he had a lot of clean air there, is pulled off to the side, letting people through, and now I think he's going to go again through the chicane. The Mugen Sim Racing car at the moment is bouncing across a curb, and it's going towards Maggotts and Beckett's at the moment, seeing if maybe Adam Soreg can improve here, although he's not setting any sector times, which suggests to me that maybe there isn't going to be a lap time for him across the line here. But given these two are so close, I think it's really all to play for in qualifying 2 between Mugen and Unison. We can't draw much from this session, really. We just know that it's going to be really, really close, and we kind of already knew that from Indianapolis. It came down to the very final hour. I believe there were 4 cars until the very final minutes, separated by less than 30 seconds, which is remarkable after a 12-hour race.
Yeah, 30 seconds after a 12-hour race, you might as well just start the race with 13 minutes to go at that point.
That's a good point, yeah. It's smaller gaps than in an F1 race, certainly, at that point. But yeah, it was Zakirov was actually off at, I think that's Luffield. He's just gone off. Don't know quite how he's managed that, but that's not going to be particularly good news for him, because yeah, he's not going to improve on this lap time. Certainly, he's 12 thousandths down at the moment. He has actually improved. Well, we weren't looking, not in the recent times, but in about half an hour ago, I think he improved. But it's only 100th quicker than where he was before. So there's not exactly a big stride forward there for Zakirov. He's going to need just one more tiny step forward in terms of his lap time, and he will take provisional pole here. But as I said, it might not matter too much, even if this is second or first. It might not matter in terms of the situation of the race. I think they're going to stay very close anyway, but also in terms of qualifying too, because if one of them beats the other by a tenth, then whoever's taken taken that session out is going to be on the pole position because it's so close. It almost negates the effect of Q1 here.
Yes, and again, I said, might as well have started the race 30 minutes to go. Indianapolis might as well have just had Q2 at this point in terms of the LMP2s, because it may well just be that close between all of them. And the GT3s at the moment, of course, the slowest of the 4 classes that we have here in the EEWC is still the 41 Mugen Racing Team car, still 12 thousandths of a second ahead of the 717 Unison Racing car, as we were saying before. I believe that was still the same gap as we came back from our last commercial break. So neither the 717 neither the 717 or the current class leaders at number 41 have been able to improve their last time in the last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, it could be a combination of things, really. I think the sun will be going down. Well, what sun there was at the start is going down, and the lightness of the circuit is going down, as what I'll say. But the rain has stayed away, and it is going to stay light in terms of the lighting conditions for the rest of this session. It's going to get dark for the second one, of course, but track temperature might well be going down at this time of day, just getting towards the end of it, and the temperatures gets out of the track. There can't have been that much in there to start with, really. It's not very warm in the UK at the moment, as is not a shock to anybody, I don't think. But no, it's certainly going to be going down, the track temperature, as the air temperature can't be that high either. So final lap time is going to be coming in soon then. About 15 minutes to go in this session, and we've got Mugen Sim Racing out there again for GT3. Zakharov is on an outlap at the moment, but it's Mugen Sim Racing for the moment, trying to improve. They have completed 40 laps in this session, which is quite a lot actually. In a 120 minute session, nearly 2 minutes a lap for these GT3s. Mugen Sim Racing have been out there for almost the entire session.
Yes, 40 laps, you see, 40 laps to do 2 minutes a lap, that makes 80. So yeah, pretty much out there for the entire session at the moment has that Mugen Racing Team car. It just goes to show that they really are pushing to get that pole position for tomorrow, and of course that extra point.
The worrying thing is, though, that the fact that he spent so much time out there, he's not improved his lap time that much from the start of the session to the end, which we are nearly at right now. That's the only thing that would be a little bit concerning to me. Is the fact that he's been out there for so long, he's not actually improved on his lap time that much. So was it worth it in the end? I don't really know. If he's going to be doing Q2 as well, then has he burnt himself out completely? Because 4 hours of driving with a half an hour break in between, even so, is quite a lot of driving to be do, even though it's only kind of 1 lap on, 1 lap off situation at the moment.
Yes, and especially when you're focusing on qualifying, because you're really trying to extract every single thousandth of a second out of that car. In terms of the race, you can be able to get into a rhythm of some sort of description. And of course, especially in a 12-hour race, you don't want to drive at 100% all of the time. You really want to drive at 90% or so. So that takes a little bit of pressure off. But especially in the qualifying system, when you're trying to extract every single thousandth of a second out of that, it can be incredibly tiring.
There we go, Alam Sareg has just pulled a little bit more time out of that car right now. Half a tenth he's just improved by as he went over the line there to push his advantage out by miles to Alexander Zakharov. It's now 600ths of a second, and that is huge compared with what it was before, certainly, and the context of this session as well. It's really quite remarkable between these two great drivers, and it's going to be going right down to the wire here, waiting for Zakharov to post as a sector time, and maybe we'll have to wait to the end of the lap here to figure out what he's doing. But just Adam Sareg is just giving himself a little bit of a buffer there. It's very, very close once again, but when you're going so quickly, there's not much more that these guys can do. There's not much pace that these guys can pull out of the cars because they're just going so quickly already. There's not that much time to find.
Yeah, you also need a little bit of luck in order to sometimes extract that extra second. Perhaps just catching a little bit of traffic at the correct moment and being able to extract some of the slipstream from that slower car ahead, just being able to boost you 100 to a couple of 100 seconds or so. Sometimes you really just need that little bit of luck as well as to where you meet the traffic on the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. As Zakharov's about to not get very lucky at all here, because that's Patrick Skilvasi in the background there. Haven't actually got his sector times for the moment, so we'll see if this is going to count for Zakharov, and we'll see if it does, where this is going to put him. He's into the final chicane right now. Skilvasi has not held him up almost at all there. I don't think any time has been cost there by the hypercar. Comes through the final corner right now, and he's going to go over the line. What's the lap time going to be? It is a 58.0. Not a bad lap time, but it's 2 tenths slower than what he did before, and so no improvement in the end. He's going to have to work so hard if he wants to improve at this point.
Yes, and we are coming down to the final 10 minutes or so of Q1, about 11 minutes to go. Actually having a look at Alexander Zakharov coming through the complex. What was I say? You hear this called again?
I think the loop is the second one, isn't it?
Oh, it's just the loop, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. They haven't actually got a name. But yes, and now having Patrick Skilvasi 1 1/4 seconds behind that number 10 car, get across the old start-finish line and through still the incredibly fast right-hander. In terms of these hypercars, it's a lift and maybe only just 1 gear down.
Yeah, very fast, very committed corner is turn 1, called Abbey, and I don't know why, because there's no Abbey nearby, near the corner, and there's no farm at turn 2 either, so I don't know what that's all about, but there you go. That's what they've decided on the new corner names when this track was kind of rebuilt and revamped a little bit to, I think, improve it, but I know Neil thinks otherwise, you know, I think...
Abbey was always there. That was only the chicane that went left.
Oh yes,
well, turn 1 before the redesign. Farm and the loop and Aintree are the 3 completely new corners that were named. Yes.
That is true. Forgot about that. Obviously, we don't have a bridge anymore to go under. Well, there is a bridge on the Willington Straight, but you don't get a corner called bridge as Zakharov goes round at Stowe. Quite a nice 360 in the end. He was able to spin it around and get out of the way of everybody else. There's a lot of impending traffic there. He was able to get out of the way of, and he's into the pit lane now. So that'll be a new set of tyres and a bit more fuel for Zakharov before he can try and improve once again. I'm afraid that's it. All I've got time for here tonight. I'm afraid I've got to jump off for the next few moments, but I'll leave you in the capable hands of Neil Heatley for the next few moments. I know that Alex Goldsmith's going to be here before long as well, so I'm sure you will enjoy the show, everybody watching. But until then, I will see you tomorrow.
And there we go. Ewan O'Leary will be joining us tomorrow as well. Of course, the race beginning at 12 p.m. midday Central European time as we're running into the final 9 minutes or so of Q1. Having got Adam Serga in the number 41 Mugen Sim Racing car as it stands at 1:57.7, the fastest lap currently set by that number 41 car. And really, we're going to be looking at the final runs for all of these cars as they're setting up. Begin that sentence again. We're going to be looking at all these cars are going to be looking at their final run in Q1. The track is as rubbered up as it's going to be in this session, and of course that means a little bit more grip and a little bit more speed as Sergey is coming through the loop and down through Aintree. Now that, again, left-handers pretty much flat out in everything, but you've always just got to be a little bit careful that you don't take too much of the inside curb at Aintree, because it is raised. It's almost like a mini sausage curb there on the inside of Aintree, and that can just unsettle your car a little bit too much and shoot you off to the right-hand side, to the outside at the beginning of the Wellington Straight, and then coming through Luffield now, and then through the fast right-hander back onto the old start-finish straight, and then Cops is the next corner up. And look how much the track Serga is using there, coming through that right-handed kick on the old start-finish straight. The rules here: you've got to keep 2 tyres within the white lines, and of course he was just doing that by cutting the corner as much as humanly possible. Now coming through the S's now, this left, right. Of course, this right-hander is the slowest of all of the S's, and you can just see the mini sausage curves there, right there on the inside, what I was talking about before. And then down the hanger straight, underneath the pedestrian bridge, up towards Stowe. Again, this can be a very, very difficult corner, actually, because it's up a hill and it's completely blind the exit. You've just got to kind of trust where the exit is each time, then diving down the hill to the club chicane, which he's not going to take because he is just peeling into the pit lane. Tuesday LP2 is Yuri Toman now in that set 117 Vargas Sim Racing car, taking over from Daniel Visna, and he will be just finishing off that session in the Vargas Sim Racing car. In terms of GTEs, it is the number 54 Mr. GT Esports, Stanley Primavera still in the lead there, and of course Adam Seria in the lead of the GT3 class as it stands. Having a look at some of the close battles on track, at least in terms of timing. You're not really getting any close battles at the moment. It's all about those times. It's all about looking at that time board. Having a look at the gap between second and third in the LMP2s at the moment. David Kolitsai in 22 American Sim Racing car, and James Juba in the 17. So there's just a tenth of a second separate two of them, and there's a tenth of a second separating Juba, Chris Gonzalez in the 334 Fair Racing Team car, and Roland Zeus in the 95 DEAC Hackers car. Just a tenth of a second separating those three for third, fourth and fifth. But you've got to remember that 17 car does have the 5-second penalty to its lap time from this session. Having a look a little bit further down the grid, have we got any interesting battles at the moment in GTEs? Indeed we do. Of course, we have been talking about that lead battle for at least for first place in Q1 between between Primavera and Jorge San Andres, the 54 and the 51 throughout this session. Also having a little bit of a further look down between 4th and 5th in the GTE class as well. You've got number 53 Mustard GTE Sports car, Giuseppe De Fuoco, currently driving that just 6 hundredths of a second ahead of the DIS number 45 car. And in terms of GT3s, when my timing has refreshed again, in terms of GT3s, well, that's a little bit more open. In terms of the timing, the closest one there is between Callum Wilson, the 404 Glam Racing car, and Sebastian Hove in the 13 Danish Racing League car. Just 2 hundredths of a second separating those two cars at this moment in time. As we're now going down, you can see in the timing columns how many times are flashing blue, and if it flashes blue, it means that they are in the pit lane. Having a look at the second place, and there we go, car 66 now has a 5-second penalty for an incident with car number 80 somewhere out on the circuit. And of course car number 66, just let me find the timing. Oh, that's lovely, I closed the timing tab. Perhaps I should try and not do that. The number 66 car, just having a look, it's the Volante Racing car. The car is currently third in the GTEs. They'll be getting a 5-second penalty on their 1 minute 56.4 time. And that's really going to hurt them, especially considering how close the GTE field is at the moment. The DIS Sim Racing Lab car flashing yellow on the timing, which means that it's stationary and or backwards and or upside down and on fire somewhere out there on the circuit. Could be all of the above, who knows? And look at this GT3 that's Sergey again, the GT3 leader coming through the old start finish straight and through Cops as well. Well, these GT3 cars look so good. You can just see a little bit of body roll there as it turned into the corner in that McLaren 650 GT3, and it looks so good. And have a look at this. I like this cam as well. Of course, you can get cameras in sim racing. Cameras in sim racing that would never be possible in real life, merely because, well, do you really want to put a cameraman on the exit of on the exit of club coming into the start finish straight? Personally, I don't really think you do. Coming down towards the end of the lap is the GT3 leader, and as I was saying before, it's a completely blind corner, completely blind exit over Silverstone, coming down to the chicane. Eventually I will come to it on someone who will take the chicane. Trust me, someone will eventually take the club chicane when I'm speaking about them and they're being shown on stream. But it looks like that's going to be it for the GT3 leader at the moment. Just 2.5 minutes to go in the session. That's not enough time for an outlap really in these GT cars. So it looks like that's going to be it for then. There's the 334 Chris Gonzalez in the Fair Racing Team car. It's also going to be it for that LMP2 car. Well, I say if he's incredibly quick, he might just be able to start one more lap, but I'm not sure. I think it might be it for him as well. Martin Hemmingson there in the number 10 Drillers esports car, deciding to take no further part in this current session. Mainly because he's got only that 1 1/4 second lead still, and a lot of cars coming into the pits now and deciding that is it, we cannot go any faster this time round. The yellow flag in sector 3, who is that for? I just couldn't quite catch it in time actually before it disappeared from my timing screen, but that looks like it may well essentially be it for now in terms of Q1. Just about 60 seconds to go in the session. And Serica has gone back out trying to attempt one more lap. It's going to be touch and go whether he actually makes it back around to the start-finish line in time. There you go, 117, the 334, the 22, the top 3 in the LMP2s from Q1 by the looks of it, because I certainly know the 334 is in, the 117 is also in the pit lane, the 22 may still be out there on the circuit. GTEs, it's the 54, the 51 and the 66, the top 3. Definitely by just a quarter of a second, those 3 as well. In terms of GT3s, it's the 41, the 717 and the 26 one-move eSport car. Thibaut Melbourne is now up into 3rd place there, just 4/10 of a second behind the car currently on your screen, Adam Serga, in that number 41. 30 seconds left to go in the session. I actually think that Serga will be able to come back round and begin another lap in that GT3, in that McLaren 650. And this time he'll take the club chicane, trust me, diving down the hill. There you go, braking for the club chicane. You can just see the nose diving down towards the ground as the weight shifts from a fairly central position straight to the front as the brakes are put on that car, and then coming out to the start-finish straight, crosses the start-finish line. Oh, I made that with about 3 seconds to go, so he's just made it for one more lap, and he will be the last car on circuit to make a lap. And braking for a loop, the first of the right-handers, the hairpin to the right, then the hairpin to the left immediately after. It can be very difficult to actually position your car in a perfect position for both the right and the left, just because it requires such a fast weight shift transition, such a fast steering transition as well. Coming down the Wellington Straight, down towards Brooklands and Luffield. We were talking about this earlier before. Such a difficult corner is Brooklands, mainly because the apex is so late. And then coming to Luffield, that's almost like a double apex corner. It is so long. Coming down towards the old start finish straight, look how much he's cutting that corner, try and get every single 100th of a second out of it, as Bo Christensen in the 766 car, the DSR Dream Team car, appears to have had an off somewhere. That's either a loop or the exit of the S's, I can't quite tell. I think that may well be at the exit of the S's, and look at that, that was the reason. It was contact with the GT car on the exit of the S's in the back half of the circuit. And Adam Serga's gone off on his final lap as well. You can see there in the bottom right, that's not gone well at all. In fact, he's coming through the ice as well. So that's been the last lap ruined there for the GT3 leader. And indeed, I believe there's going to be no more faster laps in this session. Indeed, there is not. That appears to be it. That is it for now from Q1. And in terms of your provisional Timing is Martin Hemmingson in the lead of the hypercar class, number 10 Drillers Esport car. In the LMP2s, it's Yuri Toman in the 117 of Vargas Sim Racing car. In terms of the GTEs, it's the number 54 Musto GTE Sports car with Daniel Primavera driving that. And in terms of the GT3s, it is Adam Serga with the 41 Mugen Sim Racing car. So that is it for Q1 from here at Silverstone. So we're going to be taking a short break and join us in about 15-20 minutes for Q2 of the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
And just while we are in this small break between qualifying sessions, I'm happy to introduce a weekend introduction video from Alex Goldschmidt, who hopefully will be joining me later on, just explaining the circuit and giving us some insights into Silverstone.
Hello everyone and welcome back to GTR 24H as we preview the upcoming second round of the 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship here on GTR 24H, the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone. My name is Alex Goldschmidt and alongside me as always Yusuf bin Suhail. Yusuf, how are things? You keeping well?
Yeah, I'm keeping about as well as I can do. We're into February. It's cold. I'm cold. I just want to lie in bed, to be honest.
I think that's like the rest of us, but obviously at the end of the day we've got a rather exciting second round. Of course, the home of British motorsport, Silverstone, just over 3.66 miles will await our 4 classes this coming week. There were a lot of talking points, a lot of dramatic moments, a lot of people out of customary positions. but also a lot to reflect on and what we can expect this coming weekend. What are your thoughts firstly after what was, I think from all of our perspectives, a really, really good season opener back at the 12 Hours of Indianapolis?
I'm going to be honest, I'm kind of glad that we moved it down to a 12-hour race, because if that was a 24-hour race with that same kind of amount of action per hour, my heart would have gone. It would have been over, because there was so much drama that came through for so many, different drivers, for race leaders in the various classes, which we'll get onto later in the show. But it was absolutely great, fantastic way to get back into the action, and Indianapolis gave us, a great race to watch.
Now, for those that don't already know, well, Silverstone hosted the first ever Formula One race, official World Championship race in 1950. It actually held the British Grand Prix 2 years earlier. And Yusuf, this is quite a dynamic circuit. Obviously, we go from a very, very traditional American-style circuit at Indianapolis to what is one of the fastest tracks in known motorsport. Average speeds in Formula One over 145 miles an hour. This is going to be a real test of not just how brave you are through the corners, but how you can keep those consistently fast lap times coming in, isn't it?
Yeah, and as you mentioned, you go from something like Indianapolis where you have a lot of 90-degree corners. 90-degree corners and then onto a banking and off the banking. Silverstone, much more dynamic, a much wider variety of corners. You look at some of the slowest corners on the track, for example, Village, heading down into the club chicane at the end of the circuit, and then you have the much more open corners, much higher speed corners, for example, Stowe, Copse, where very little braking is used. And Stowe is one of those corners you're heading uphill, carrying a lot of speed, but because it's uphill, you can just reduce that speed so quickly. You're braking super late, turning in early as well. So much grip on the circuit.
And also there's going to be a lot of upshift, there's going to be a lot of downshifts here, as you mentioned. Obviously, apart from Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel, the most iconic three corners known to everyone in motorsport folklore, you've also got Abbey, Farm and Village. Because, you're literally, you're coming out of Club Corner, you're absolutely hammering the throttle to the floor, you're shifting up the gears, you're trying to get that run, going into Abbey, and that's, with the runoff on the left-hand side, there is a possibility that we could see 2 to 3 cars going in side by side, multi-class action as we have here at GT4H, GTR 24H. I think that's very much in the realms of possibility, wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. I think we're also going to be seeing some people just getting onto the brakes a little bit too late, maybe brakes a bit too hot, running wide as well. And I think Farm is going to be I think it's going to be an overtaking opportunity and a half, not just if you're in different classes, but in the same classes. I mean, I've come from a lot of sim racing in terms of F1 where you can't really overtake there as well, but I feel that when you run through turn 2 in GT cars, you're going to be much more on the limits than you would be in something like an F1 car where you have downforce, and maybe you'll see drivers lifting off a bit just so that they can keep their car to the left on the run into Village, because if they don't, they'll run out wide, they won't be able to carry the momentum through the corner, and I think this means that there are going to be drivers who can carry the speed and just throw their car down the inside.
And obviously, for those wondering about overtaking opportunities, Copse is a perfect overtaking opportunity. You can get the slipstream going through Copse and get the run down going into Maggots. We've seen it in multiple occasions in real-life motorsport where people have gone side by side through Maggots, Beckett's and into Chapel. But that complex is very, very aggressive, Yusuf, especially when you're going through full chat at Maggots. You then have to, as you said, you put on the brakes. Sometimes they may even just lift off, because if the car's front-engined, that's going to allow the car to engine brake. They're going to save the brakes. They're probably going to help save the tyres a little bit, and then you accelerate coming out of Chapel. Then you got the hanger straight going down into the right-hander at Stowe. That's another, within, what is it, probably about just over a mile, you've got 2 perfectly good overtaking opportunities, and it is again going to be one of those main spots when we get into the real throes of the race at the FilmVolt 12 Hours, where the LMPs are going to be closing up, the hypercars are going to be closing up, the GTEs and the GT3s are going to have to watch their mirrors and their back bumpers all at the same time so as to not to get into any strife. And that is always a key part of endurance racing, as we saw at Indianapolis.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest differences as well when we compare the likes of Indianapolis to Silverstone, and we talk about, you know, the leading cars or any car in a higher up class of lapping someone else, is that Indianapolis, you catch up to a car, you're behind them, sit behind them a corner, you overtake them. It's very simple. But if you catch a car going on the run into maggots, that's a sequence of about 5-6 seconds really, where you're going to be stuck behind someone and you will not be able to get past. Once you're behind them, if you try to overtake, yes, you might be able to, but it could end in disaster, and I don't think that's going to be the smart play from any of the teams. They're going to have to wait until the very exit of Chapel. We may see some cars trying to run side by side if they are battling for position all the way through maggots and Becketts, which could be absolutely phenomenal to witness, and I hope we do see it. But it will be difficult. If you have to get past, you have to do it either before maggots, when you're lapping a car, or on the exit. And if you're stuck behind, then you're just stuck behind.
So, without further ado, let's have a look back at some of the dramas that unfolded between yourself, dramas that unfolded that you, myself, Ossie Buhaka, Ewan O'Leary as well. We did at times have our venerable producer, Mr. Peter Muncombe, on the broadcast as well, giving us the weather insights. But obviously, things are looking rather interesting. First of all, let's turn to Hyperclass. Of course, PinSim Drillers Esports leading the way, an absolutely dominant performance, despite the fact that Martin Hemmingson was sent to Narnia in the night time. The car flipped over 5 times, but both him and Henry Sinek were absolutely rapid. They were consistently running in the 1 minute 19s, and we personally both think that no one's going to challenge them, even though Omicron Sim Racing didn't actually finish the race. They DNF'd, I think, with 2 hours on the clock remaining, and that gave Satellite Racing the opportunity to snatch second place. But Silverstone, you know, it's McLaren's home turf. It's a fantastic car. It's going to be rapid. Obviously, we know that they have limited settings on traction control. There's no ABS involved with the McLaren Senna GTR. They've got a raft of different tyre compounds they can use. I think PinSim are going to be the ones on top form. They're going to be rapid, but I think we could have an opportunity for Omicron Sim Racing to come back at them, and especially when Thomas Garcia was ultra rapid at Indy.
Yeah, Thomas Garcia was quick, but I think, you know, the biggest thing that I personally noticed with PinSim's Drillers is, I remember at the start of the race we were praising Omicron because we thought PinSim's Drillers, they were going to run away with it. We thought Henry Sinek and Martin Hemmingson, yeah, they've got it in the bag. But after that opening stint, you know, Thomas Garcia, he wasn't that far behind, you know, he was under 20 seconds. In fact, it might have been under 10 seconds, if my memory serves me correctly. And we thought, okay, you know, Omicron, they're doing a good job. Sure, the rest of the team of Omicron were quite up to the pace of Thomas Garcia, but they were still quick, you know. Magnus Junerup, Patrick Silvasi, and Josef Suto as well. They were up there. And once PinSim Drillers had made that mistake and we saw the car kind of over the catch fencing, and we were wondering how on earth did it get there, after we got over the awe of the physics of the game, and then we thought, wait, hang on a second, PinSim Drillers, they're going to be, you know, pretty much a lap behind Omicron. That's when you then saw Henry Sinek and Martin Hemmingson really showing their pace, and I feel that what we saw at the start of the race was Henry Sinek and Martin Hemmingson just playing it chill, you know, making sure they didn't make any mistakes, making sure they didn't get any cut tracks, etc., etc. But once they pushed, my God, were they absolutely flying. I think they were going probably about half a second to a second a lap quicker than what they were able to do before. So I think it's going to be very difficult for Omicron to challenge them. It's possible if something happens to PinSim Drillers, but I personally don't see it happening.
I think the driver that we have to feel the most sorry for is Thomas Garcia. Both times he gets into the car, the previous driver, whether it was Silvasi or Suto, had an automatic drive-through penalty as designated by race control. So Thomas had to come out of the pits and then instantly, within the next 3 laps, serve a drive-through penalty. And then I think, you know, the bubble had sort of burst. I think Thomas, you know, he was rather upbeat after you know, everything had happened in qualification on Friday night, but then Saturday just really sort of turned a different page of that chapter. But then, you had the likes of Liam Rance, Ryan Nash, Ryan Walker, David Nichols, and Marco Rodriguez at Satellite Racing. They were able to pick up second as a result of Omicron. But I think that Omicron now have an opportunity to dust themselves. They've had plenty of time. They've had plenty of team meetings, a lot of practice on the track, getting ready for Silverstone. I think we could see that Omicron could bring the fight to Pin Sim Drillers Esports, but I don't think they're going to be enough to one-up them this coming week, if I'm honest.
I think when we spoke as well to Thomas Garcia, I think we spoke to him at the end of qualifying and maybe during the race as well. I think it was very down to earth about the whole situation. He said, this is Pin Sim Drillers. We're talking about Henry Sinek, Martin Hemmingson, and I think he was pretty frank with the fact that we aren't going to beat them. Maybe if something happens, we can beat them. And he said that his goal was to kind of close the deficit to them over the course of the season, get closer and closer to that pace, and then maybe at the end of the season, if they've improved enough, they can have a chance at battling. So I think Omicron, yes, they're going to be disappointed with that third place result, but I think they'll also take the positives from that race and know that, look, Satellite Racing, all they have to do is just finish ahead of them, make sure they don't make any mistakes, and I think their target will be just to take that second place spot.
Indeed, and then we go on to LMP2, an absolutely dominant display by the 117 team of Vargas Sim Racing, insanely quick, won by over a lap. You had the likes of Marcel Sinsik, you also had David Wisner and Gilly Toman, an absolutely dominant display from them. You had Ramada Motorsport in the number 57, rounding out the second, the runner-up spot, and then of course we had Fair Racing Team rounding out the top three. But there were some other drivers that we really do, and other teams that we really need to have a look at. I mean, first up, again, we're going to mention, because this is a junior team. I spoke with Nick Newcomb in a recent interview. He said that they're the junior team. It's about bringing the program back. They've had a lot of work going in there, so with the likes of James Juba, who's a recent new signing with them as well. You had quite a few other drivers turn lower in there as well. Nick was scheduled to drive the LMP2, however, he ended up in the GTE. We'll get onto that in a bit, but they had some issues, and Nick said that they're hoping for a bit of a comeback come Silverstone.
Yeah, I think DC Motorsport Club definitely would have wanted a better result than the P9 that they got. I think they have showed pace, and we'll have to see what they can bring through. And I think what we've seen with most of the fields, again, we'll get to GT and GT3 in a bit, but you kind of got those 1-2 teams at the very top, sometimes one team, and then you've got this massive kind of battle of 4 or 5 cars all vying over that same kind of piece of tarmac. Yes, we're talking about endurance racing, so we're talking 10-15 seconds between them, but at the end of a 12-hour race, that is absolutely no time at all. And I think one of the teams that will be challenging Vargas Sim Racing, yes, I think they're a little bit slower, but I actually think they're closer to Vargas than the likes of Omicron are to Pin Sim Drillers in the hypercar class. And that is the number 17 of Pin Sim Drillers in the LMB2 class, because we know that Marcel Lachinchik and Yuri Toman for Vargas Sim Racing are absolutely phenomenal. But James Duber was very, very quick. He was running on the same lap as Vargas Sim Racing for quite a while, about 30 seconds behind, and it looked like, they were in a position that they could challenge if, even if Vargas Sim Racing had a little spin and had to rejoin the circuit without any damage. And then issues just came through. They dropped so far down the order, and still they were able to climb up the order and get P5, which all things considered was a really good result.
Yeah, also E-Team Brit, one of the latest crews to actually join GTR 24H. They raced in the hypercar class at the Le Mans finale last year. Had a very good chat with team manager Max Spooner. They are coming with a revised lineup, yet to be confirmed by the team. So it looks to be that they are practicing hard. I am aware of. I mean, I do work with the team anyway, so I do have I know that they have been training.
Leak the lineup for us.
I don't know the lineup myself. I know that Max Spooner will be in the car. Sandro Ballesteros will be in the car again. Obviously, we've got to talk about that issue, because Sandro Ballesteros went in after Matt Webb. and then had the HUD issues and the point of view issues from his, because he uses an Oculus Rift.
Yeah.
So he uses VR, and obviously it wasn't changing. They had to have the disconnect. Max has openly said to me, you can see the interview already on the GTR24H YouTube channel. So if you haven't already, please make sure you like and subscribe and hit the notification bell as well. He said that, you know, the team that was working together, they had Matt Webb, Stuart Ross French, Sandro Ballesteros, and Max. They've been working hard on the Orica 07 that they're using. You know, some teams are using the Ligiers, and Max said that there was a possibility that if they didn't have that disconnect issue and the system issue with Sandro, they could have been on course for maybe a top 6, top 7 finish. They're hoping. It's home turf. They want to do well. Of course, they want to come back fighting.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we did see when E-Team Brit didn't have their issues, their pace on its own was fairly quick. But one thing I want to feel, you know, on the flip side is even after they got those issues sorted, we still started seeing some other issues coming through, whether that was driver or, you know, out of their own control. But we saw them in the grass at various times, again, having to be in the pit. So we hope that E-Team Brit can keep it clean, can keep it sensible, and can get those consistent laps in, because there is no doubt that they're going to be in the top end of the field.
Yeah. Now we turn to GTE, hotly contested, and it's good to see that the old guard, the Callaway Corvette C7R of the 959, of the likes of Jordan Weeks, Ferris Stanley, who clearly sounds like a NASCAR driver, Philip Kraus, and Craig Baxter, amongst others. You know, they did a fantastic job. They kept really going well. You then had Pescara ADG, the all-Italian crew, in the C8, finishing second. You know, their pace was still very good. A very different configuration, obviously mid-engine rear-wheel drive as opposed to the front-engine rear-wheel drive version of the C7. You then had DIS Sim Racing Lab in the 45 Porsche. You know, they were really pleased to hit the podium. You know, GT3 alumni. The whole team seems to have gotten close to Andy Kirsten's pace. But the team that really, there were a couple of teams that stood out for me in particular here, Yusuf.
Yeah.
Firstly was the number 74 Deuces Motorsport Club car. They were second at Le Mans last year. You had the likes of Joao Barbosa, you had Wojtek Polezny, who took the opening stint, took pole position in the very interesting qualifying that we had, and then they then had an issue. They had Polezny had to go around 2 to 3 laps in order to get into the pit stop box, which they were sharing with Volante Racing. We'll get onto those in just a minute. Polezny had problems getting into the pit box. It was a 30-second turnaround before they managed to hit their marks. Then Nick took over the car, and then coming out of T12, computer freeze. So they then had that, you know, and he said, hopefully things will be better for my computer this time around for Silverstone. But, you know, that was a team that was literally had the carpet dragged from underneath their feet, and they were swept under it with a very stiff broom. And we didn't really sort of see hide nor hair of them. They finished 11th at the end of it. And then we go to Volante. You know, both the 66 and the 67 had dramas, and it was the 67 that really couldn't up the pace. I think we could see signs from Volante. You know, they had a better turn of pace. You had Lona Prodan. You also had what we've now decided to nickname the GTR 24H equivalent of Kimi Räikkönen, of course Pauli Ahonen, who you spoke to on the post-race interviews, Yusuf. I mean, if Volante could keep out of trouble, because they had incidents. I think Musto was involved in one of their incidents as well. That's another team that could, you know, that was the 54 car that finished P8. If Volante get the mistakes out of, you know, they've got a lot of mistakes out of the way at Indianapolis. Silverstone, they now can try and turn it around, can't they?
Yeah, and if Volante Racing can make as many mistakes as syllables that Polly Ahonen says in an interview, they'll be good.
Yeah.
But every time I feel we were in the GTE cast and we were seeing an incident, whether it be between two drivers battling for position, whether it be someone unlapping themselves, half the time it felt like it was Volante. And I'm not putting any blame in either way. I haven't seen the incidents the second time, but they did get penalties for some of those incidents. It caused them to lose laps, and they need to keep their noses clean. There's no doubt that especially the 66 Volante racing car has the pace. As long as they can keep it clean, they will be in those battles, you know, maybe even up to the top 3.
Yeah, I think other cars that we need to consider here as well, Musto GD Esports, the sister BMW M8, they finished P4 ahead of WOSR iZone Performance, who were 3rd at last year's Le Mans. They were right, you know, those cars were right in the middle of the battle, and they, you know, both teams could have been on course for a podium. Of course, it wasn't to be. You know, we saw a lot of battling at Indianapolis, and with Silverstone, you know, we could see something very, very different. But yeah, I mean, again, also One Move Esports in the 31, they also had the same problem with pit stops, you know, because it was quite a tight pit lane at Indianapolis, and I would imagine we're going to see pretty much the same thing where they're sharing boxes, having to work on their strategy for Silverstone. But that could be another straw that could break the camel's back, if you understand my phrasing there.
Yeah, and I'm glad you bring up these issues with pit stops, because it's something that I didn't expect we'd be seeing, and it is something that ended up happening, and the teams now have to be aware. The fact that you can do everything right, you know, you can get the perfect strategy, but if you come into the pits with, you know, right at the end of your fuel tank and there's someone in the pits just before you, and you're sitting, you're waiting for 40 seconds, that can be your wind down the drain. So teams are going to have to communicate a lot more, maybe with other teams as well. Maybe say, look, we want to be coming into the pits during this 5-minute window. Can we agree on like set time? So you guys have your pit window here, we have our pit window there, so that there's communication, because they are sharing these pit boxes. The other thing is, maybe they have to compromise. You know, maybe say, look, we've got this 5-minute window where we want to pit. If at the start of that 5-minute window there is nobody in the pits, we take that opportunity to pit. And, you know, you do have to kind of bite the bullet and say it's not the ideal strategy, but it could save them a lot of time in a worst possible scenario.
Yeah, because like you say, having those 5-minute windows, they may have to extend it by twice or thrice fold, you know, maybe up to a maximum of 15 minutes, because if they go, well, yeah, they're already in the pits, we've got another couple of laps worth of fuel on board, not a problem. Or if they've got, you know, they may have to put additional fuel in the car. Okay, that's going to cost them time on pure lap pace, but in terms of an endurance race, you want to eke out that strategy as large as humanly possible. You also want to make sure that if you need to start fuel saving, you're going to have to bite the bullet on that. You're going to also have to look after the tyres if the tyres are getting down to the canvas. You don't want to have dramas where you're out, you know, you're going through corners quite aggressively. You're making up places where the team's like saying, no, just hold back, keep it at 75% throttle on the straights. Don't put 100 down because we need to conserve fuel. There's people still in the pits. So the team and the driver could be in constant communication. As always, you know, one of the teams that I feel that we could have seen some promise from, and it is the brightest livery of all, Team Viaducton in the 63 Corvette. They didn't finish the race, very, very early retirement, but hopefully we can see them back in good form here at Silverstone. The final category, really, we look at GT3. Firstly, we have to talk about the biggest talking point. With just around about an hour to go, it was the double downshift for Mugen Sim Racing's Zolt Priebeck at turn 2 that cost them the victory. They managed to get back and take 3rd, but it really gave a bit of daylight to Unison Racing, the Russian crew in the 717 Aston Martin, rounding out the Danish Racing League. They took pole, they showed decent one-lap pace, but I think there's a little bit of team depth that needs to be integrated. Maybe a bit more working together, and they'll have had that 4-week window between Indianapolis and Silverstone. But there's a lot of promise from that category, even though it is the it is the lowest class category on our grid here at GTR 24H.
Yeah, and I think when we saw the GT3 class, again, this is kind of what we like to describe as almost kind of the amateur entry. You know, get used to the GT3 class in your first season, then move up to your GTEs, your LMP2s, your hypercars, and we have seen success from the GT3 class before. I mean, DIS won the championship last season. Look how well they're doing in the GTEs against, you know, the likes of Musto, Deuces, WOSR. There are some big names in that GTE class, and to be fair to Unison Racing, they were close to Mugen Sim Racing. You know, that final pit stop, they came out right behind them. Sure, they would have fallen back by a bit, but they still would have finished the race within 20 seconds of Mugen. So I think Unison Racing have the pace, and we're talking about a long season as well, a variety of different tracks. You talked about it at the start of the show, Alex, how different Silverstone will be as a track compared to something like Indianapolis. So I don't see there being any reason. I don't think this is necessarily going to be a runaway race for Mugen. I think they are probably the quickest team in the GT3 class. But I think it's close enough that we could be seeing them swapping one way and another, kind of like, you know, you go back to the likes of 2002, 2007, 2008 in F1, Ferrari and McLaren. It's that kind of close battle that we're seeing.
Yeah, well, that really rounds out the preview here on GTR 24H ahead of the FilmVolt 12 hours of Silverstone. Don't forget, free practice starts at 8 p.m. Central European time this coming Thursday evening on the 4th of at 8 p.m. on the 4th of February. Thanks for the heads up there, Yusuf. 7 p.m. for qualifying 1 on Friday night before qualifying 2 at 9:30 p.m. Central European time, with the FilmVolt 12 hours of Silverstone getting underway on Saturday the 6th of February at 12 p.m. Central European time. Yusuf, thank you for your insight as always.
No problem. It's been a pleasure.
So that's it from us. We'll see you this coming week for the FilmVolt 12 hours of Silverstone.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Hello and welcome back to qualifying 2 for the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone. And look at this, the darkness has suddenly fallen. It's got surprisingly dark within the space of 30 minutes. I know it can be deceiving sometimes, but this is indeed the night qualifying session here at Silverstone. You've got to remember that the time, your qualifying time is the average of your fastest lap from the last session, the day session, and just now the night session. And we've also got to remember that some teams have penalties as well. The 66 and the 17 are 2 cars that immediately spring to mind. They both had 5 seconds added to their lap time from the last session, which obviously will raise their average lap time by about 2.5 seconds, which is not helpful at all when it comes to their positioning for tomorrow. The race tomorrow, of course, begins at 12 p.m. Central European Time, midday Central European Time, and I'm sure you're all smart enough to use the internet to find out what time that begins in your local time zone. Having a look there, I think that's a Jorge San Andres. Indeed, that isn't a 51 car having an excursion somewhere in the gravel, having a rather large excursion somewhere in the gravel, actually. And I don't actually know where that might be on the circuit. Oh, and there's also an LMP2 car as well. It's the Treble 7 car. We sat there in the... that was the reason. That was in the exit of turn 2. It looks like the 51, the Treble 7, came together at turn-in for turn 2. And then a big hit against the Armco on the outside for the WOSR iZone performance car. And there is the number 22 Mugen Sim racing car, Gabor Hevsny. Making his way across the old start-finish line towards Cops, and look how fast that corner is. Almost saw it really. You can just see how much resistance there is at the road. How much he actually has to correct the wheel halfway through the corner as well. As there's a nice lovely cinematic shot of the entirety of the circuit, and here we go back to the 22 car making its way down the hangar straight, perhaps picking up a little bit of slipstream from the GT car ahead, and move to the left hand side of the car, the right hand side of your screen. Perfect for turn-in for Stowe at the top of the circuit. Again, very difficult to actually spot the exit point for that. Try and spot your acceleration point for that, and there goes Gabor straight into the pits. That's just a little bit of a sighting lap for the number 22 there. It's a number 404 car. Came up flashing yellow on the timing column there, and that yellow means that he is the cause of a yellow flag somewhere out on the circuit. We've got at least the professional times of the first 10 minutes of Q2, at least for those LMP2s, the 22, the 57 and the 334. But remember, at least in LMP2s, it was 117 that was the fastest car in Q1. And in terms of the GTEs, it's a 54 up on top, like it was last time in Q1. Daniel Primavera again setting that fast lap, that fast preliminary lap. There's comparison in the 766 DSR Dream Team car, making his way about halfway around the circuit. Indeed, that was across the old start finish line and coming up to the SS. Look at all those lights. You can't really see anything at all. Oh, and there's a GT car taking major evasive action onto the grass. Just turned right about 100 meters too early. And there is Martin Henningsen on the right hand side of your screen. The provisional pole sitter from Q1. I will not be surprised at all if he continues to be pole sitter for Q2 as well. as he's making his way up towards the S's, and he has got a little bit of traffic in front. You can see he's flashing the lights ever so slightly, just as the traffic head knows that the hypercar is coming and is ready for the speed that will pass. Look at that, yeah, indeed, the car ahead just took a little bit of evasive action right there on the exit of Chapel, in order to not get in Hemmingson's way in that number 10 Drillers E-Sport car. You can just see the pure speed through the corner, the amount of downforce this hypercar has. Oh, and you can see the rear end getting a little bit squirrely under braking for Club as well. You can only see a little bit of slew on that number 10 car. And across the line it comes, that number 10 car, and the 42.4 indeed remains the fastest lap. There goes Thomas Garcia in the Omicron Sim Racing number 80, the other hypercar car taking part in this qualifying session, currently 5.5 tenths behind. Oh, you can see the rear end getting a bit lively on the acceleration coming out of turn 4 as well there on the number 10. So it appears that number 10 is fairly loose at the rear end. Of course, that also helps you particularly with turning as well, because you start to drift the car up to slightly get a little bit better turning, and therefore because you've got the better turning, you can get the better speed through the corner, and that just multiplies all the way through the lap. Coming up in the GT car as well is Hemmingson. The GT car, I think that was contact between himself and the GT car actually. Just saw a pair of lights spinning at an incredible rate of knots. Indeed, it was contact between the 22 car and the number 7 Pescara ADG car. Right on the exit there, the Pescara car was rolling backwards ever so slightly after its spin, and there's absolutely nothing the 22 car could do. You could see the massive jink to the left the 22 car did after suddenly finding a car broadside on the racing line on the exit of the corner, of a very fast corner. Tried his best to avoid that instant, but there was nothing that he could do, was the number 22 car. And around the top of the circuit now, this is very nice. This is a very nice camera angle as well, actually. You can just see them all taking a very late apex to this corner as well. You can see the bollard occasionally when the headlights decide to light up. But really, that bollard is only there for sighting purposes, and you don't really use it for the apex. You can just see how late. You can just see from the racing line, the slightly darker line about halfway across the track, what the racing line is. Again, like I said, that bollard is just a little bit of a sighting line. You can see a GT car slowing down a little bit there to allow the that was an LP2. It was a blue side light on that one. So yes, the LP2 just slowing down a little bit there just before the corner to make sure that the cars on the flying lap behind had an unimpeded, clear run through the right-hander. What's quite good about this view as well, you can definitely see some different lines that some of the cars are taking. Some are taking a very late apex, but some are hugging closer to the curb all the way around the corner. So it's always very interesting, I find, to just sit there sometimes and look at how other people are driving, to have a look at what their driving style is and exactly where they're hitting apices all the way around the circuit. There's Thomas Garcia being able to close in the gap ever so slightly towards the number 10 car. It's just now 0.524 of a second, where it was 0.55 beforehand. So that gap closing ever so slightly. And indeed, because we pretty much know, at least for the next couple of hours ago, it's going to be dry. So we're not going to see the sort of mad panic that we did in Q1, where everyone was kind of scared that it was going to rain. So everyone tried to set their fastest lap as early in the session as possible, just in case that rain came. You're just going to be dry at least for the next couple of hours, so you can take it a little bit. Well, we take it a little bit more easily, but there's really no such thing in a qualifying session. You know, they have a lot more time to try and set that fast lap. Just see the radar in the corner, a little bit of rain just skirting towards the left hand side of the circuit, of course that being the west side of the circuit, and not really that really is skirting. I'm surprised we didn't actually get any rain at all in the circuit. Look how close it came. We had a look at Chris Gonzalez and now back to Hemmington across the old start-finish straight, trying to improve on his 42.4. He knows because he set a lap time, it was about a second and a quarter faster than the number 80 car through Q1. He just knows as long as he stays ahead of the number 80 car, he is guaranteed pole position, the best starting position of the race tomorrow, and of course that extra bonus point. And a little bit further down, GTEs, it's Primavera, DIS, and then Machiri. So it's the 54, the 45, and the 7, the top 3 in GTEs at the moment. In terms of GT3s, is the 717 of Alexander Zakharov, the Universal Racing car. The number 13, Sebastian Hove in the Danish Racing League. Then the 41 Mugensen Racing car of Zuls Pribeck. Here's the number 95 car, the DAC Hackers, Roland Zeus. There's a quarter of a second ahead of the number 22 Mugensen racing car as it stands. But he's got a lot of time to make up to Yeri Toman in the number 117 Varga Sim racing car. Almost a full second to find somewhere out there on the circuit before that DAEC car has a chance of challenging the 117. And look at that, Hemmingsen starting to pull out that gap over the number 80. It's now 9/10 of a second between the number 10 and the number 80 at the very top of the timing sheets. Pretty much 102 second lap for the hypercars round here at Silverstone. It's about 104, 105 for the fastest in the LMP2 class. There's the GTEs, it's about 116, so you can really see the big gap between the prototype style cars and the GTE style cars there. It's about 11 seconds a lap round here, which makes it all the more exciting when it comes to lapping and traffic tomorrow in the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone. Hemmingsen coming in and deciding that is going to be it for this run in that hypercar. Garcia coming up on a GT3 car. You can tell it's the GT3 by the orange number plates on the side. The GTE cars have green number plates, and there is the P2 provisional leader, Yuri Toman, in the 117 Vargas Sim racing car, 7/10 of a second ahead of the number 22 Mugen. You can see the entirety of the lineup there as well, and you can now see the entirety of the lineup for the number 80 car. Thomas Garcia, Freddy Soto, Magnus Kinnerup, Patrick Silvestri and John Nelson, the 5 registered drivers for that number 80 Omicron Sim racing car. But at the moment, Garcia still needs to find 9.5 tenths to begin to challenge that number 10 car. We certainly got no room to do it on this lap because look, that is the GT traffic directly ahead, and there's nothing the 80 car can do with that traffic. This is to hold on and wait until the hanger straight, and then eventually moves to the left hand side of the circuit and overtakes the GT. A nice aerial view there down towards Brooklands. It's always so nice to have these sorts of cinematic shots during the night, I feel. It just brings a little bit more theatre, a little bit more cinema to the track, and I'll say, I very much like it. So, something almost hypnotising about just watching pairs of headlights just rhythmically going around the corner. "20 minutes gone here in Q2, 100 minutes to go." Was the second of the 2-hour qualifying sessions. We're now having Chris Gonzalez in the 334 Fair Racing Team car, an eighth of a second behind the Ramada car. Oh, and that's contact. I think that might have, that was at least on 2 wheels. I think the car might have gone over, or that might have just been my eyes deceiving me. That was a big hit for Chris Gonzalez. And there you go, Sebastian Hove in the 13 car, losing it on the exit of the corner. You can just eventually see the headlights pop up. No, it's just up into 2 wheels for the 334 car, almost up and over for Fernandez. Sorry, Gonzalez. Excuse me, please don't write a complaint to me. Chris Gonzalez in the 334 car. But as I was saying before, he's limping at home with perhaps a little bit of a broken suspension. But as I was saying before, an eighth of a second separates the car between him and the car ahead, and him and the car behind. I'm seeing a lot of. We're actually seeing a lot of cars getting it wrong on the exit of Old Turn 1. For some reason, we didn't really see that at all in the first qualifying session. Perhaps the dark is just catching them out a little bit. We got Henningsen flashing the lights furiously at the GT traffic ahead. And here is Jorge San Andres, the 51 WOSR car. A lovely bit of slow motion coming to the hangar straight. I believe this lovely bit of slow motion might look for something good. Oh, that's fine, it's just a cinematic shot. That's what, I thought it was going to be a horrific accident, but no. The incident between the number 10 and number 22 now being investigated. And of course, that number 10 is the current leader, Henningsen. And look at that, this is number 46 car. And LMP2 having a big moment again at Old Turn 1. Oh, and a massive hit for the GT3 car on the Armco on the right-hand side. On the inside of the corner there. Of course, we're looking at Henningsen here, the car that may or may not have been involved in an incident at some point. And look at that time, he's managed to get under the 142 bars now, 141.927. In that number 10 Drillers eSport hypercar.
And car number 22 on lap 6 inner near turn 10.
Of course, the 22 car, which the incident is under review for, is the car that's currently second in the LMP2 class here in Q2. It's Gabor Hevesy, in the Mugen sim racing car. So something has gone on with those two. If I remember correctly, excuse me, if I remember correctly, it said in or at near turn 10, which would make it the S's at least, or somewhere through the S's. Again, Henningsen making it under the 1 minute 42 bar, 41.927 at the moment for the leader.
Incident involving car number 10 and car number 22 on lap 6 near turn.
There is a 5-second penalty for the 22 car on its fastest qualifying lap time of this session.
Qualifying lap time.
That's a big penalty for the Mugen sim racing car, because as myself and you and O'Leary were talking about before, that LMP2 class was so close, and still is so close. That 5-second penalty is going to have a big effect on the starting position for tomorrow. And looking at Jorge San Andres again, that number 51 car coming down the hangar straight. Faster traffic behind the number 80, Thomas Garcia. Oh, look at those brake discs glowing as well. I absolutely love that. Those bright red glowing brake discs coming through Cops. An absolutely incredible sight. Back to Thomas Garcia as he's making his way past GC traffic to right of one, to the left of the other, before coming towards the end of the circuit. As he diving into the pits, as he takes exit stage left and into the pits. They're marking the Emerson a full second ahead of the number 80 car. The GTEs down the Primavera is running away with Q2, almost a full second ahead of the number 45 DIS Sim Racing Lab car. A nice aerial shot of the pit lane now just being shown on the circuit, seeing all the cars, seeing the speed difference as well between the front straight and the pit lane. Of course, the pit lane at Silverstone is a little bit interesting, it's a little bit peculiar because you don't take the final chicane in the pit lane. It's a massive shortcut, which means that Silverstone is one of the circuits where you don't really lose that much time through a pit stop, mainly because the racing surface takes you around that club chicane. Oh, and that's a big hit there for Roland Zeus, and I think that is a GT car of some description, halfway through the S's between Maggots and Beckett's. You just see it there on the bottom right of your screen in the smaller picture, and indeed on the top as well. On the GT car, just lost it, and there's absolutely nowhere the prototype could go. Was left with the car broadside in the middle of the racing line, in the middle of Maggots. And a big, big hit. Yeah, we've seen that quite a lot for some reason in this qualifying session. The GT cars using a lot of grip compared to the previous session. Part of it might be because the rubber is really no longer there, but part of it might just be because they're not really being able to see their turning points, their acceleration points, their braking points as clearly as they did before, and because of that they're maybe just getting a couple of wheels on the AstroTurf, a couple of wheels on the grass. And of course, grass, well known for its gripping capabilities, helps that car just be spun around. And on board with Martin Henningsen, coming down towards Brooklands, the left-hander. You can see how late that apex is. On the right-hander of Luffield, you can see this is almost a double apex, a very early one and a very late one, essentially, once you've stopped turning for the corner. Flat right-hander with Kinkle on the start-finish straight. Will he get up into 6th gear? No, he doesn't. It's just a lift and a turn-in. A lift and a gear down, I should say, rather, for Cops. As he's letting other cars by. Not quite on a lap time this time round is the number 10. But with 90 minutes to go, we'll take a short commercial break and we'll rejoin you soon.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
And welcome back to qualifying 2. 1 hour and 27 minutes to go here at Silverstone in the night qualifying session. And you can have a look, well, I was going to say have a look at this car coming into the club chicane, but again, nope, coming into the pits, and there is the 007 Pro Sim car having a moment at the club chicane. Oh, there's another prototype also having a moment at the same time. Oh, that went well for both. That went well for both of them, didn't it? Perhaps the second prototype was going off in sympathy, perhaps. The Pro Sim is one of these teams where they share a ring, and yeah, the dual half spins there between prototypes at the club chicane. And well, look at these very active, happy-looking spectators on the balcony.
Incident between car number 46 and car number 57 on lap
Lovely
8
2D spectators. There's an incident between car 46 and 57 is now being investigated due to an incident in or near turn 10. That's the middle of the S's actually. Towards the beginning actually, so I think it's more towards Maggots rather than Chapel. Daniel Primavera in that number 54 car still running away with the GTE qualifying 3/4 of a second ahead of Jolly San Andres in the 51 WSR car. In terms of GT3, nobody is running away at all. Sebastian Hope is only 0.06 of a second ahead of Zos Pribek in the number 41 moving car.
Incident under review. Incident involving
Then you get Vargas Sim Racing on your left.
number 57 on lap 8 or near turn 10.
Right, some lovely onboards. The car just ahead, I believe it is actually as well. I mean, one you can just see ahead in the distance. And there's the number 22 moving car.
Incident decision.
Of course, you've got to remember that 22 car. That 22 car has a 5-second penalty to its lap time from this session, so it's not going to be well, that's kind of part of their qualifying round. And there, the 57 has a 5-second penalty now due to an incident with car number 46 somewhere out on circuit. Of course, car 46 is a DIS sim racing car. And the 57 car, if I can find it, if I can remember, I should probably remember it at this point, what car number 57 is. The Remadan Motorsport car of Rui Reis, currently driving that, 4th place in the LMP2 class. He's going to have 5 seconds added to his lap time from this session. And there's Brian Svanholm in the 188 Teleferningen. car having a little bit of an off, and then that's not happy with the all of the lights deciding to go off at the same time. And then that number 80, Thomas Garcia. So I believe that means that Martin Henderson has left the session, at least for a couple of minutes perhaps. That number 80 car is the only car circulating at this moment in time in the hypercar class, at least. The LMP2s, the 117 car, still miles ahead of everyone else. As it stands, about 5/10 of a second separating the 117 from the rest of the pack in the LMP2s. Again, that gap in GT3 still 6,000 of a second between the 13 and the 41. I think Thomas Garcia still making his way down towards the club chicane. Is he taking it? Yes! Garcia is taking the club chicane this time round, the left and the right. A big wiggle there halfway through, just lost a little bit of traction on the direction change from the left and the right. Which is certainly not helpful for lap time. Making his way to the loop now, the right and the left, the dual hairpins. Again, seeing the very, very happy spectators there. Very 2D spectators. Very stationary spectators. They'll eventually react to something, it's fine. Garcia again looking at that number 80 car, making his way through Luffield, the long right-hander, before making his way back towards the start finish straight. The LMP2 field doesn't really appear to be as close this time round as it was 2 hours ago. The LMP2 field is nice and spread out. When I say nice and spread out, it's certainly helpful for the leader of that 117 guard, but for everyone else watching, and indeed for the closeness of the battle tomorrow, I would prefer that battle to be a little bit closer. The 717 Unison Racing car is now taking the provisional lead in the GT3 class by 4.5 seconds over the number 13 Danish Racing League car. And now on board with one of the prototypes, making his way through Aintree and down the Wellington Straight underneath the pedestrian bridge, and then down into Brooklands, the very, very late apex left-hander. Just managed to get that apex. I thought he was going to miss it actually by quite a distance, but no, managed to get that turned in at the last second to hit that apex. As there's now going to be another driver in the 177 ID Simsport car. I believe that has been a driver change, and I also believe I have not seen that driver in that car before in the 117. It is Marcus Stell in that car now. This lovely cinematic shot. This is actually a very nice thing. You can actually sitting in the stands at Silverstone, you can see so many parts of the circuit at the same time. I would, if you're there for the WEC, you know, it's fairly there are some reserved tickets for only certain grandstands at the WEC. Most of the grandstands are actually open while you're there. And I would personally recommend sitting at the one at the S's, actually, at Maggots and Beckett's, because not only can you see them coming through the S's and down towards the Hanger Straight, you can also see them coming through the loop and going down the going down the Wellington Straight, I should say, rather, into Brooklands, and the noise that you get from the exhausts of all of those cars, because essentially those exhausts are pointing directly at you if you're sitting in those grandstands, is absolutely fantastic, especially the Ferrari 458, which really isn't raced anymore. I remember last time it was the ELMS was supporting the WEC, and the sound of that Ferrari 458 was absolutely glorious. You could hear it essentially 20 seconds before you saw it. That exhaust was just so loud. As again, on board with prototypes making their way through, still at the top of the circuit, and down towards the club chicane, diving down that hill. The hard left, right. You've got to be careful because there's prototypes and GTs ahead. There's a Ferrari ahead. In fact, it's one of them navigating the way around the prototype traffic. Lovely. And then past the GT traffic, trying to see how much time these prototypes are trying to gain by using the slipstream of the GT cars. You saw that the car that we're currently on board with almost hit the back of the Ferrari GT car ahead and pulled out to the right hand side along the start-finish straight at the last possible moment before smashing into the back of it, just to make sure you get that extra half a kilometre an hour, that extra 1 kilometre an hour to give you the best lap time. Again, a very late apex at Brooklands, the double apex at Luffield. Hit the apex initially, swing out a little bit, then come back in and hit the secondary apex. The 1:17 of Jari Toman, the Vargas Sim Racing car, was the car that we were on board with, and coming through Copse Old Turn 1. Absolutely planted is that prototype. The problem is it may be a good lap so far. Well, I was going to say it's maybe a good lap so far. He's going to be caught by traffic, but no, the GT traffic dove out the way at the last possible moment. And here's the 166 ID Sinsfoot car. Igor currently at the wheel of that, and I believe that might have been a problem at some point. No, it was just the 166 car coming out of the pits. I thought that might have been an incident as the GT traffic left the pit lane. But no, back on board with the 117 coming its way down to the club chicane, and look at the GT traffic ahead that's going to ruin the very end of their lap. Oh, indeed, it was a problem with the 166 coming out and moving. Oh, that was I'm not exactly sure what to think about that, but the 166 car came out of the pit lane and moved immediately to the left hand side, pretty much on the apex of turn 2, and another GT car was coming at full pelt behind it on a fast lap and just hit the back of the 166 car. We're now having another incident in the 67 and the treble 9 at turn 1. That incident has been reported to the stewards. The 999 is a Force Polonia car. Mika Hakkinen currently in the LMP2 class, 9th place overall, 8th place in class, and the other car was the 67th, if I remember correctly, it's the Volante racing car, Luka Ferlik, the GTE. And I make that 5th, 7th in the GTE class as it stands in Q2. So quite a few incidents actually happening in this qualifying session. Quite a few incidents that we didn't see in Q1.
Incident involving car number 67 and car number 999 on lap 16 in or near turn 1.
117 cars, a 4.5 lead over the 22 Mugen Sim Racing car as we finish the first 45 minutes of qualifying. G2, I should say, rather. That was the 117 car staying behind some GT traffic coming into the pits.
Incident involving car number 67 and car number 999 on lap 16.
Car treble 9 has a 5-second penalty.
Position. Car 999 plus 5 seconds.
So the Abstaneo Force Polonia car, Mika Hakkinen, currently at the wheel of that, is going to get 5 seconds added to his lap time. That's essentially ruining their qualifying effort as well this time round. And now you're having a look at the 5th place GT3 car. I think it might be, what colour is the side plates? No, it's the, yes it is orange, it is GT3. That lovely pink and black livery. Excuse me, that lovely pink and black livery on the number 27 Racing car, currently being driven by Alvaro Charleston. There you go. I may be saying that name horrifically wrong, who knows. But that number 27 car does look very nice in the dark. As that number 27 car making its way through the SS and making its way backwards through the SS, and a lovely graceful 360-degree spin there on the first of the right-handers. Just got a little bit unsettled on the inside on the first of the right-hander of the SS, and the rear end of the car just broke away and just broke loose. We're having a look. Does that 27 car dive into pits? Indeed, it does come into the pits because it probably needs a new set of tyres after making those last ones squares. After that spin, comes nicely into its pit boxes. Number 27. Having a look at the 57 P5 in the LMP2 class. Alexander Pangata, the Ramada Motorsports car, 1.3 seconds off of the provisional pole sitter, the car that we are currently looking at, the 117 of Jiri Toman. Still 4.5 tenths ahead of the 22 Mugen Sim Racing car. That car looks incredibly planted through the fast corners. Changing direction almost immediately on request. No real sign of oversteer, no real sign of understeer either. Certainly not fighting the car is Jiri Toman. And of course, when you're not fighting the car, that is incredibly helpful for lap time and the consistency as well, the consistency that we're going to be looking for tomorrow. That consistency is really what is going to win you the FilmVolt 12 hours of Silverstone, beginning in approximately 13 and a half hours time. And here's Pimba Mark in the 334 Fair Racing Team car. It was almost a battle between that 334 and whatever the prototype was before it was behind. I believe I saw the 08 on the side panel, so it would be the car that is currently 8th in the LMP2 class. And I made that the 007 Prosim car, actually, I believe. The car that Van Ark was battling with. Got this lovely cinematic view of turns 1, 2, 3, 4, and just a little bit of 5 as well, seeing up to the apex of injury. That 117 car making its way over the blind crest. There is still. And making his way directly to the right hand side of the circuit to come into the pit lane. Thomas Garcia still not improved his lap time. It's still a 1:42.8 for the 80 Omicron Sim Racing car. Currently looking at the GTE field between 6th and 7th, in particular the 67 and the 166, just 13 thousandths of a second separating those two as it stands. It's even goes between 5th and 6th in GTEs, the 27 and the 404, just 7 thousandths of a second separating those two. A whole range of cars coming to pits now. Having a look at Roland Zux now in the 95 car, the DEAC Hackers car. Currently 4th place, 9 tenths of a second off of the 117, but less than a tenth of a second off of Van Ark. Danny Primavera currently leading GTEs by 3.5 tenths of a second. So that gap looks fairly stable, and Primavera might not actually want to go, might want to not want to push the car that much more in this session. Because you got to remember that 54 car also scored, was also first place in the GTE cars in Q1. David Koloksai still driving that number 22 car. He's making his way onto the hangar straight now, half a second behind the 117, 3.5 tenths ahead of the 334 Fair Racing Team car, as Luca Ferlich in that number 67 Volante Sim Racing car has had a problem on circuit, and we'll see what that problem is now. There's a big snap of oversteer coming through turn 2, a little bit of overcorrection, and speared off to the right hand side of the circuit through the gravel trap and into the Armco as well. A fairly sizable hit into the Armco on the right hand side of the circuit as he's coming through turn 2. And now having a look at Craig Hyde in the 15 Juices Motorsport car, making his way onto the hangar straight. P6 currently in the LMP2 class, halfway through this session. We're almost halfway through the session, an hour and 5 minutes to go here. .117 car, very good job done by Daniel Wisner in Q1. It's now Yuri Toman in Q2 setting the pace. It looks like that 117 car may well be the car to watch and the car to beat tomorrow. Looking very strong on pace is the Orica. Roland Zix has gone off somewhere on the circuit as well. You can see his name flashing yellow in the timing column. That means well, he's stationary somewhere on the circuit. If you see a column flashing blue, that means they are entering or leaving the pit lane. For example, we see Yuri Toman in that 117 car. His name would be flashing blue. If we're just going to go round to of the timing column was showing the LMP2 class at that point. We're seeing Garcia still there, sitting in the pits and deciding not to come out again. There you can see Yuri Toman flashing blue there in the standings column on the left hand side, showing that he is in the pit lane, and Craig Hyde now flashing yellow. Craig Hyde in that 15 car has gone off somewhere. And here we go, Roland 6 and Pim van Ark. Now we're looking at coming through Luffield and Brooklyn to the left and the right. Third place at the moment for the 334 Fair Racing Team car, a fast lap of 1 minute 45.055. 3.5 tenths needed to make it up to the 22 Mugen Sim Racing car. You've got to be careful because that DEAC Hackers car is less than a tenth of a second behind. And Van Ark is making his way through Cops now. Such an incredibly fast corner, and a very interesting corner to drive as well, because it is a slight lift, it is down one gear as well, and it's so difficult to get right, mainly because it always feels the exit of the corner is very, very narrow, but really it isn't. It's just the same. The width of the tarmac at that point is just the same as everywhere else, but for me, whenever I've driven Silverstone, the exit there appears to be very, very narrow. And really the same for me when I've driven Silverstone goes for the same at Stowe. At the very end of the circuit, it always appears that you put on the throttle far, far later than you should. It's just a corner that goes on forever. And as we are approaching the halfway point of this qualifying session, we'll now take another short break from our sponsors.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Hello and welcome back to qualifying 2 of the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone. And now I'm joined by someone.
I wonder who it could be.
I don't know. Indeed, it's Yusuf bin Suhail joining me at least for the last hour, and perhaps I would say the post-show as well, but that's maybe not the correct term. But yes, joining me for the final hour of qualifying. And what should I tell you that's happened so far? That is very interesting. In terms of the hypercars in Q1, it was the number 10 Drillers Esport car taking provisional pole by a good second and a quarter, actually. in the hypercars. In terms of LMP2s, it's 117 car taking first place there. And in terms of the GTs, well, I should also say for the LMP2s, it's incredibly close. Second to ninth was separated by only a second or somewhere thereabouts.
Yeah, I mean,
in terms of the GTEs, well, GTEs, they are always very, very close, well, as you expect, with the balance of performance as well. If I remember correctly, please don't say anything if I get this wrong, it was the number 41 Mugen sim racing car in first place in the GT3s. In terms of the GTEs, the car that was first place in Q1 is still first place in Q2. It is Daniel Primavera in that number 54 Musto GT sports car.
Yeah, good to see Musto back on form after what wasn't a great result last time out at Indianapolis due to the incidents that fell their way. And yeah, also interesting to see in the GT3 class Alexandra Zakharov ahead of Zsolt Przebek. And we remember that 41 Mugen sim racing car did very well in qualifying. Qualified, I believe, on pole for Indianapolis. So good to see that these two currently not really separated by much, and even the 13 of Danish Racing League right up there in the hunt as well in the GT3 class.
Yes, that number 13 car was very, very close throughout quite a lot of Q1 actually to the 717 Unison Racing car. Points for most of the session, actually it's only 6,000ths of a second separating the two of them, but you can see here in Q2 the gap's ever so slightly bigger. And something that we've seen here in Q2 of course being the night qualifying session where Q1 took place in the daytime, we're seeing a lot more mistakes here in Q2. Part of that could be because of, well, the darkness is so much more difficult to spot your turning points, your braking points, and your acceleration points. The weather's been the same for both of them. It's been dry for both of these sessions, but just the night appears to have caused a little bit more havoc for the GT teams in particular.
Yeah, and you do always tend to get this when night falls. I mean, you don't get any track lighting, so it becomes that much harder to spot your braking and your turning pointers. I actually just see one of the GT cars completely cutting through maggots as they have to straighten up the car. But the other thing is that you have to remember is that the track temperatures do drop. It gets a little bit cooler, and you just start to get that little bit less grip as well, and you struggle a bit for time. And sure, lower track temps is better when it comes to your engine cooling, and in terms of being able to make the car last as long, yeah, it's absolutely fantastic in endurance racing, but in terms of getting that ultimate lap time down, nighttime doesn't always help.
Yes, and the nighttime can just be a little bit more of I'd say nighttime tends to be a little bit more chill as well, because I found that whenever I was doing endurance racing a long time ago, I found the night was just a little bit easier to get into a little bit of a rhythm than the daytime as well. Which, getting to the rhythm is pretty good for the race. But in terms of qualifying, you don't particularly want a rhythm.
Yeah, it's funny that you actually mentioned that. I mean, I can't really comment on having done sim racing endurance. I've done sprint sim racing on the likes of F1, but I remember from doing the likes of, the 24 hours karting of Teesside and stuff, whenever I'd get the night stint, you're right, you do kind of get into more of a rhythm, and I actually have no idea why that is. I think it's just because of I think it's probably just the lighting. You just feel more comfortable. It's nice and chill, especially because the 24 hours of Teesside is usually done in June. Once you're out in the daytime, you're absolutely boiling in the car, but in the night you're a bit cooler. So you can't quite say the same on the sim rig here at Silverstone. But yeah, I think maybe just because of the lighting, you might just be a little bit more relaxed in the car.
Yes, there's quite a big difference compared to Indianapolis that we went last time, because of course Indianapolis has this much. Well, of course it is a Roval, but it has a lot more compact feel almost, I find. And of course it's a little bit of a slower circuit as well as Silverstone, and just that sense of speed also I find it helps in terms of rhythm. But that might just be me.
Well, I mean, myself and Alex Goldschmidt, we did the podcast bringing up this at Silverstone race, and we were discussing, we're going from a roval, as you mentioned, of Indianapolis, where you've got 90% 90-degree corners, and then an onto the banking in for the final corner, to somewhere like Silverstone, where it's much more open, much wider, a much bigger variety of corners as well, and it changes things hugely. And don't forget as well, back at Indianapolis, that final qualifying session, it was rain affected, and most of the teams weren't expecting the rain to come through, so it caught a lot of drivers off guard and created what wasn't a fully expected grid. Yes, it was kind of in the order that we wanted to, but there were a few surprise results as a result of that rain. Ooh, that was an incident between the Varga Sim Racing and I think it is the LMP2 car of Bo Christiansen in the 766 Dream Team, and I wouldn't be surprised if the DSR Dream Team, they get a penalty in a few minutes time from race control for impeding Varga Sim Racing on a hot lap.
Yes, that's the main penalties that have been given out this evening is 5 seconds to the lap time of the current session. We've seen that handed out to quite a few cars, just coming off the top of my head, the 999 and the 22 have both had 5-second penalties, at least as it stands, and I think the 66 is also the 5-second penalty as well.
Yeah, I'm also just taking a look further up the order, because Thomas Garcia, the only driver in the GT or in the hypercar class to have set a lap, so we haven't seen Pinsim Drillers do their lap in Q2 yet, and also Dewey Toman, he's set his lap for Varga Sim Racing, but one of the teams I was really looking forward to in LMP2 was Pinsim Drillers, because I honestly think they are the second quickest team in the prototype class.
Yes, the Drillers number 10 did set a time at the very beginning of Q2, then the session, if I remember correctly, I think it was a 40.9 was the time that the number 10 set at the very beginning of the session. But yes, the LMP2 class is always very, very fun. And as you said, some very, very strong teams there. And at the moment, judging by the 2 qualifying sessions, it appears that the 117 really is going to be the car to beat tomorrow.
Yeah. And we saw that was the case last time out at Indianapolis, just in an absolutely class of their own was Dewey Toman and the 117. But, I mean, it is endurance racing, anything can happen. We saw that was most certainly the case in the hypercar class for Pinsim Drillers in that number 10. But, disaster struggle for Martin Hemmingsen. Fortunately, though, Pinsim Drillers were able to bring it back in their favour and make up ground and actually jump ahead of the number 80 of Omicron Sim Racing. So, yeah, all about keeping it clean, all about keeping it consistent.
So that really is the main thing in endurance racing, is keeping it clean, because, well, look there, that's the number 63 Viaducton having a very interesting moment at the exit of turn 2, very interesting moment backwards at a high rate of knots. Oh, that isn't turn 2 at all, excuse me, I'm not sure where that is. I think
it was Stone
at the top
Corner,
of the
yeah.
Having a very high-speed incident going backwards into the gravel with the Viaducton. There you go, there's number 46 car, the DIS Sim Racing Lab car, currently P8 and GT3, having a moment at Brooklands as well and side-slapping the wall. And that is certainly not going to buff out with hammers and duct tape. You need something a little bit more substantial to fix that damage.
Yeah, and they'll come into the pits, they'll get that one repaired before heading back on out. 51 minutes remaining of qualifying, so still a way to go, still a lot of time, and I don't think there is any rain forecasted. So we should be having dry conditions all the way to the end, and as the track rubbers more in, maybe chance for drivers to improve a little bit more.
There's a replay of what happened to the 46 car. It just looked like the rear end broke traction on the acceleration phase of the corner, really just a little bit unloaded and into the wall on the left hand side at quite a flush angle to the right hand side of the car. So it really did a 180, then hit the wall at a fairly flush angle. And well, at least the headlights are still working on that number 46 car. Having a look now back out into the circuit, and there's another read to the 46 car. It was actually a little bit earlier than I thought. I think he's just hit the curb on the inside a little bit too hard and just uncircled the car.
Yep. Just taking a look right now at Roland Sux in the 95, currently sitting P3 with a 1:45.08 tenths off the pace of what Jiri Toman was able to do not too long ago.
Yes, not too long ago. Now having a look at the number 10 car. Well, it's saying number 10, position 10 car in GTE, the 177 ID Simsport of Marcus Serre. And again, look at that. That's another mistake there, I believe, from the 177 this time around. I think that was through Aintree. I think he's going to exit stage left. He did. That's very interesting. He didn't really. That was just halfway down the straight. He appeared to lose control there. That's very interesting. Perhaps it was just a little bit of hardware failure because it appeared that he just continued turning left.
Yeah, clearly some issues coming through. I just want to take a look at the GTE class, because we talked about how Daniela Primavera from Monster were at the top, but also good to see that the 51 of WOSR Eisen Performance currently in second, and Bart Slobodzian in the 66 of Volante Racing third. So, these are the teams that we saw down in, we saw them in fourth, we saw in eighth, and in sixth as well. So good to see, and I think that's really just showing how close the GTE class is, because I do think the GTE class is the tightest class of the entire EEWC, and I think this is just highlighting how much and how close it is by how different that grid is shaping up to be compared to Indianapolis.
Yes, the GTE grid, of course, we're speaking about this earlier. GTE kept roughly balanced, very balanced of performance, but that's generally not a given, because even then, each car will have its strengths and weaknesses at various circuits, and even at various points of the same circuit as well. But yes, it's incredibly exciting. Of that balanced performance, actually, just seeing all these different marks and all these different makes racing so closely, and to be able to be so evenly matched over the course of 6, 12, 24 hours even, as we're now having a look at Jiri Toman and then 117 of Varga sim racing car making his way through to the S's now, and still in the lead, provisional P1 for the LMP2 class, 5.5 tenths over the number 22 Mugen sim racing car.
Yeah, 5.5 tenths is a fairly large amount to be fair, and well, let's see what they can pull out of Mugen Sim Racing in that 41 car. Zolt Prebeck, well, struggling a little bit. Actually, sorry, pardon me. Zolt Prebeck has jumped to the top of the GT3 class, and currently finds himself just 6 thousandths ahead of Thibaut Malbrun in the 26 one-move esports car. So that GT3 class is constantly changing and, well, evolving really, but crucially this time we aren't really seeing any of the GT3 class drivers jumping ahead of the GTE cars.
Not really this time around. This is something that if you have a look at the results for Q1, really there's kind of a mix between the two classes. Really, the first 5 or 6 GT cars were indeed the GTE cars, but once you got after that, it was much more of a mix between the GTEs and the GT3s, as there's a car off on the right hand side there having a look on the onboards. That just having a look, I couldn't quite tell who that was, but you can see the blue lights flashing all the way around the circuit. That's to allow the GT car directly ahead know that there's a faster car approaching, or at least a car on a fast lap, because they are both GT cars, which makes me think that the car that we're currently on board with is on a fast lap, and the one ahead is just on a warm-up lap.
Speaking of being on a fast lap, I think Eros Masquili is on a quick lap. He went green in Sector 1. He hasn't improved in Sector 2, but he's only 900ths off the lap time set by Giuseppe De Fuoco in the 53 Musto car.
really isn't that much time at all, is it? As just only guess 900ths of a second. Well, 900 seconds between 53 and the 7. As the 7 comes across the start finish line, its fast lap at the moment is a 57.428, which puts it 6th place in the GTE class. Now coming to turn 2, Farm, the fast left-hander, the almost flat-out left-hander for most cars. And yes, making his way into the loop, and eventually we'll see what the first sector lap time is for him. And now we're looking at the P2 car, the GTE class, Jorge San Andres in the 51 WSR iZone performance car, making his way down towards Stowe at the very end of the circuit. And trying to set a faster lap time, 3 tenths needed to overcome
He's
the
dived
lap
on into
time
the
of
pits.
the 54, and he dives into the pits, exit stage route left.
Yeah, so clearly not happy with that lap. He was green in Sector 1, but unable to improve in Sector 2. One man who has just improved was Carla Lukagor, up currently in P6 in the LMP2 class, just a tenth shy of Alexander Palmgartet in the 57, and that is the 57 of Ramada Motorsport, the team that finished second in the opening 2021 EEWC race in Indianapolis.
Yes, the car that finished second, so looking to continue that run of form this time around. Of course, this is something that I was talking about with Ewan earlier as well. That generally in the sprint championship, you may have 15 or 20 races to actually get your points up. But the thing with endurance racing is you do not have many races at all, and specifically here in the EEWC, you've only got 6 races to score points in, and that could mean one bad race could really ruin your hopes.
Yeah, you've got less races but more hours. It's a weird dynamic, endurance versus sprint racing, but you have to make those hours count, and you have to hope that all of your bad hours, I guess, come in one go, unless you can spread out some bad hours evenly across each race and still secure some good results.
Having a look at the 95 car now, the DEAC Hackers car, Roland 6 currently driving that one. He's coming up towards the Essex. He's got 3 tenths of a second to make up to the 22 car, but he's got to be careful. He's only half a tenth ahead of the 334 Fair Racing Team car. That could mean it is very well, it doesn't mean it could mean it. That means it is very easy for the 334 car just to find a little bit of lap time somewhere around the circuit, and then take that provisional P3 in this second qualifying session. The 95 car comes down towards Club Chicane and enters the pit lane.
Yeah, and we're giving him the good old commentator curse, and just every time we ride on board, they end up diving on into the pit. But right now, nobody's really on a hot lap. There are drivers out, but nobody at the moment really seeming to improve. And maybe that gives us a little bit of time just to take a step back, maybe chill for a bit.
Indeed, all these cars, perhaps going for, I would say going for a bit of race pace practice, but that might not necessarily be the correct point. They were all obviously pushing as hard as they can at the moment, but they have been, particularly towards the end of Q1, I felt that perhaps some teams were not necessarily going for the proper qualifying pace anymore, but just taking the use of all 4 classes being on the circuit at the same time, and actually just using that as a little bit of race pace practice.
Yeah, and actually, just going to cut you off there because Lee Russell's just improved. He just put in a 58.5, which is half a second quicker than the 177. That is, well, actually, I don't have the 177 on my screen. Never mind, but either way, is only a few hundreds behind Matthias Blom in the 13 Danish Racing League. So currently, P4 in the GT3 class is the Glam Racing car.
Yes, that Glam Racing car, the 404, last time out at Indianapolis. Just let me find the correct tab on my on my internet browser. Last time out was 4th at Indianapolis, scoring 13 points to 12 points for 4th place and the extra point for finishing the race. And we'll be looking to go at least one position better this time around at Silverstone, trying to climb onto that podium for the first time this season. Of course, in the GT3s last time at Indianapolis, it was the 717 Sim Racing car, followed by the 13 Danish Racing League car, and the 41 moving Sim Racing car, at least in the GT3 class.
Well, Alexander Zakharov was just on a personal best. He had gone green in sector 1 and 2, but he's going to decide to dive on into the pit, so he's not happy with that lap. Alexander Zakharov in the 717 Unison Racing car, currently sitting in pole by just under 0.2 of a second, so they could definitely do with a little bit more safety.
Yeah, something that we've actually seen quite common strategy this time round in terms of qualifying has just been literally one flying lap and that's it, which means you have enough fuel for that single flying lap, but then they find, in the second flying lap I might have started to find some time, oh no, I don't have the fuel to finish this lap. That's been something that I've seen quite a few times actually through the two qualifying sessions, as David Kolotsai comes into the pits in that number 22 Rubin Sim Racing car. And so yes, you can see that by the blue flashing on the timing column when it eventually comes back around again, and that 95 car still only half a tenth ahead of the 334 Fair Racing Team car.
Yeah, and B32 actually just improved as well in the LMP2 class, putting in a 47.0, jumping ahead of Mika Hakimi in the 999 Abstinio Force Polonia car, and I think that is the first time we are seeing them out on track as well. I don't think they were present last time out in Indianapolis.
No, I don't think they were. Just having a look, and no, they weren't out last time out at Indianapolis. So the first time that we're seeing them this season, WC, and yes, it's the first time. So they're a little bit of, I would say, an unknown entity at the moment because we haven't seen them race yet.
Yeah, we also just saw ProSim improving, but yeah, interested to see what Abstinio Force Polonia can do. And again, you talk about a team and you look at where they are in qualifying, but it doesn't always necessarily translate over to the race pace for a number of reasons. It could be that driver's particularly good, just finding that 110% on a quali lap. It could be a case of that team not being able to have that kind of depth of drivers, and maybe just only having one driver at that pace and the rest half a second or so off the paces. Almost a bit of an incident there with a ProSim car running into, I think that's the WOSR car, and actually he's going to get into the way of the GT car, so he's not happy at all, and trying to get a bit of revenge on circuit, which not the most sensible thing to do.
Yes, certainly not the most sensible thing to do. And we just had a incident under review between the 7 and the 188. That will now be looked at by the racers. The 7 car obviously being the GTE car, being driven by Eris Masfili, the Pescara ADG car, and the 188 being, well, it's now Michael Scott. It was Gerd Nielsen at the time in the Teleferningen car as well. So there's been a driver change there for the 188 to finish off the last 35 minutes or so of the qualifying session.
There are 36.5 minutes remaining of Q2. Of course, the grid order will be determined by the combined best laps set by a team in each qualifying session. And if a team was not present in one qualifying session, then there is a default time added on of, I believe it is 5 minutes, but I might be mistaken in that regard. And it might be 2.5 minutes or something. But either way, it's a default time that is a fair bit slower than the lap time that would ordinarily be set.
Yes, indeed it is, and that's just to, well, obviously, that's to encourage everyone to turn up to both qualifying sessions, because you don't particularly want that penalty added onto your combined qualifying times. But the 22 car again is now about 0.3 of a second ahead of the EEWC Hackers car now. So a little bit of a gap pulled out to the two. The fastest lap for that moving car currently a 44.73. Oh, and David, and you'll be able to see that name flashing blue in the column because he's now in the pit lane. So to that
Alexander Zakharov, he's improving. He's currently first in the GT3 class for the 717. And will he be able to improve more for Unison Racing? 57.969 was his best, and it's a 57.886. And actually, it's enough to get him into the GTE field, jumping ahead of the 166 of Michael Bernberg.
Excuse me, yes, that 166 car just ahead of it. Let's have a look at my times indeed. But yes, that's always going to be very, very interesting, that GT battle, because again, I just love GT racing. I can't say enough about it. But yes, that GTE car just behind the leader of the GT class at the moment, and really there's not actually, at least around here at Silverstone, there's not that much difference in terms of lap time between the two of them. For example, the GTE leader at the moment is a 156.311. In terms of GT3, it's a 157.886, so just 1.5 seconds the difference between the two of them at the moment.
Yeah, also we've just seen Eros Masquili improving. He's put in a 47.417, and I think that has got him very close to Giuseppe De Fuoco in the 53 Musto car. Also, we're seeing Alexander Zakharov is still improving. Viaductin are on a better lap, so with just over half an hour remaining, teams are starting to find their stride and drivers are starting to get quicker and quicker, as we kind of talked about with the rubber being laid down onto the circuit.
Yes, the gap between the 53 and the 7 is now 0.08 of a second around this circuit. And as you said, Viaductin is now on a faster lap. Let's see if we can find them on the time. Yes, I can. Viaductin is only 85 thousandths of a second behind. It's now Paul Barcelona in the 67 Volante Racing Team car. Yes, that Viaductin 63 does not really need that much time in order to overtake the 67 Volante.
Yeah. And not too far behind at the moment of the 67 Volante car, just 0.08 of a second, and we're talking about a second from DIS all the way down to the GT3 or the GTE of Michael Bernberg, who's currently last of the GTE runners. As Alexander Zakharov only, and I say only, able to do a 58.0, still would have been enough to put him in provisional pole, a 10th ahead of Zsolt Trebek, who's still on that 158.1 lap time.
And as we're heading towards the final 30 minutes of qualifying 2, we'll rejoin you after this short break from our sponsors.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, MotorVision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Hello and welcome back to the final one. About 28 minutes, 27 minutes actually, of the second qualifying session here at Silverstone. And throughout the commercial break, a couple of interesting things happened, didn't they?
Yeah, apparently we got news of a penalty coming in. And that was, I'm just double checking now, that was for... Actually, I don't think I've had it come through on my screen. Why don't you let everyone know of it, Neil?
So car 188 has been giving a warning for an incident with car number 7. Of course, car number 7 being that Pescara car being driven by Eros Pasquale, and the 188 being Gert Nielsen in the Telefernen car as well. And that 188 car, when the GT3 car is currently 29th overall, and I make that 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th in the GT3 class as it stands in this qualifying session.
Yeah, just taking a look to see if anyone is improving. I think Marcus Ster in the 177 is currently improving in the GTE class. I think the 177 is ID Sim Sport. I don't have a 177 on my sheet, but I believe it is ID Sim.
Yes, it is.
No,
yeah.
never mind, it's not. That's a 166.
It's also the 177. Both of them.
Okay.
Yeah,
also
it's
just
ID
getting
Sim Sport.
some information as well, because at the moment pins and drillers aren't in the server, and you have to be in the server at the end of qualifying, because every time you leave the server, your best lap, I believe, gets wiped. So you can't leave the server, and if they don't rejoin, that means that they will be starting from the back of the grid, which will be well, interesting to say the least, and could lead for a rather interesting opening couple of stints for them tomorrow.
Because this is more like an open practice session, well, who's saying open practice session? It's a practice session rather than a dedicated qualifying session. As long as the same driver rejoins in the same car, the time is saved. It's if a different driver joins in that car, then the time is wiped. So essentially at this point the time belongs to the driver.
Ah, okay. Well, hopefully for the hypercar number 10 of Pins and Drillers, they remember to put in the right driver in so they don't lose that lap time. Because at the moment it is Thomas Garcia in the 80 that is at the top of the standings. Is anyone else improving? Well, we actually just saw Alexander Zakharov. He just put in a 57.897, which is just at 100th slower than his previous best. Eros Masquili putting in a 57.4 flat, and that sees him moving up with the order in the GTE class up into P6.
Also having a good timing. You can also have a look at the timing yourself at timing.gtr24h.org. If you go to gtr24h.org, you can find all the information that you need to follow the EEWC. But yes, having a look at least in terms of greener going a little bit faster. I think at the moment no one is particularly going any faster. In the pit lane at the moment, you've got Daniele Primavera, the current GTE leader, and his fast lap is a 56.311, 0.3 of a second ahead of the 51 WOSR Eisen Performance car, currently being driven by Jose Berenguer.
Yeah, Jose Berenguer doing a decent job at the moment, and I don't think his team will be too disappointed with that. And Jose Berenguer currently second in that GTE class at 3/10 off of Daniela Primavera, who's done an absolutely fantastic job for Musto so far.
Yes, he drove the car in Q1 and driving in Q2 again. Two very, very solid lap times for that number 54 car, which, by my reckoning, will put it in first place of the GTEs for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm also just taking a look at Thibaut Malbrun because he's pushing on a lap and he went green in Sector 1. I haven't seen what his Sector 2 time is, but he's making his way down into Club Corner and he's only 7 thousandths off the time that Zsolt Pribek did in his GT3 car, which was enough for P2 across the line. Will it be enough for Thibaut Malbrun? I think it is. Waiting for my timing sheets to update. Never mind, it doesn't want to update.
Oh no.
I'm going to do a good old refresh, and Thibaut Malbrun was not able to improve. He lost time in that final sector, and 8 hundredths down on his previous best time, and that's set by Zsolt Pribek in the 41 car.
Yes, just having a look at his lap. His previous sections, actually, he lost half a second compared to his best time in the middle sector, and his final sector was pretty much equal with it. So it really was that middle sector on that previous lap that cost Malbrun that opportunity to overtake Zsolt Pribek in that number 41 Mugen Sim racing car, and perhaps even go a little bit further and start challenging Alexander Zakharov in the 717 car.
Yeah, precisely so. Paul August Lana has improved in the 67 LMP2 car, and the 67 GTE car of Volante Racing. He's put in a 57.439 400ths down on Eros Masquili, as Giuseppe De Forco is improving. He's done a 31.8 in that opening sector, which is his personal best.
It's a very good, and this really is the time that you want to start putting in your personal bests around this circuit towards the very end of the qualifying session to, well, I would say to give your opponents less opportunity for time to reply to your lap, if you like.
Yes, the old Damon Hill special. Wait until the last minute of qualifying and go out and don't blast everyone away. Just do enough to be a couple of hundredths or a couple of thousands quicker than Michael Schumacher.
Precisely place the car every corner to make sure that happens, yes.
Well, Giuseppe De Forco green in that Sector 1. Waiting to see the update on Sector 2. Never mind, Giuseppe De Forco will dive on into the pits.
And yes, that is it for that run at least. Having a look at the time screens, how long do we have left? Got about 19 and a half minutes left. So certainly enough time for 3 or 4 more runs for all of these cars to try and improve their respective lap times and try and jump perhaps a couple of places and of course improve their overall lap time, their combined lap time, to get a better starting position for tomorrow. Having a look on track as well, the B32 racing car had a very, very slow middle and final sector. That's mainly because they're now coming into the pits. That's generally why they're the slow sector, because they weren't on a fast lap. Anyone else? Is there anyone else doing something interesting? Giuseppe De Fuoco did a personal best in Sector 1 just now, a 31.886, and may well be worth keeping an eye on that number 53 Musto GD Esports car.
Yeah, keeping an eye on Musto, never a bad idea. I think Mika Hakimi was on a personal best lap, but he was unable to improve. Currently only 2/10 off at B32. Giuseppe De Fuoco waiting for his sector times to come through. At the moment, he's only 1.5 tenths down off at DIS SR Lab.
I was looking at that's why it's a slow sector time for Giuseppe De Fuoco, because I was looking at the wrong car. De Fuoco currently making his way towards that second sector line. His previous best second sector was a 51.4. The question is, what is it this time? My HDMI cable is just having some fun. I can no longer have a look at my screen. There goes Giuseppe to Vocal. It appears to have had no time in the middle sector.
I'm getting the same thing. He hasn't got a first sector time either, has Giuseppe De Foca, so Musto. Well, they're breaking the system somewhat, at least on our screens. Also, was taking a look. Chris Gonzalez came very close to improving, but in the end, he was 700ths down. Currently sitting in P4 for the 334 Fair Racing Team car.
Yes, that 334 car did a very good job in Q1 as well. If the memory serves me correctly, I think it was third in Q1. So it looks like they're about that area for the qualifying session, and indeed will be about that area for the race tomorrow. It should be a very, very fun race. Team 117, the 334, the 22, the 95 as well, and the 57. They've been top 5 in both sessions now, so it's going to be a very, very interesting race tomorrow when it concerns the both of them. And I think I just saw a yellow flag flash up somewhere, but I can't see who. Also, obviously they've got going again and all gone back to the pits.
Felipe Barreto just improved as well. He put in a 45.2. Toan Lauer has also improved. He put in a 45.5. Neither of which was enough to see either driver improve. They're currently sitting in P5 and 6 in the LMP2 standings respectively.
Indeed, there's now a yellow flag in the middle sector. Who is that for? That's for Tibor Malin in the 26 One Move Esport car. He's only 6,000ths of a second behind Zolt Pribek in the number 41 Mugen Sim Racing car. And really, 6,000ths of a second is nothing around Silverstone. Perhaps it's just picking up the throttle 2 or 3 meters earlier. That is literally the difference between those two cars at the moment.
I mean, it might not even be that. It might just be, somebody blew and, pushed the car forward a little bit. Maybe the wind speed changed by 1 mile an hour. I mean, it is such a fine margin currently between so many of the drivers. And it is fantastic to see just how close it is in pretty much every single class. I mean, obviously the exception is the hypercar class because only the number 80 at the moment has a set lap time, and that is Omicron Sim Racing. Thomas Garcia's lap of a 42.8.
Yes, that 42.8 is the only currently valid lap set by the hypercars. If the number 10 comes back in, it was Martin Henningsen, if I remember correctly, was at the wheel of that when we left. So if Martin Henningsen comes back in, their lap time will be reinstated and they will retake top position in overall and in the hypercar class, and of course start with the best view possible tomorrow. And that view is of course with no one in front of you.
Yep. Always nice to have a beautifully clear line into turn 1. I mean, technically the same can be said for P2 as they're driving alongside, and maybe you'd even prefer to be running in P2 and having the inside line down into Abbey. But we'll have to wait and see for that tomorrow, as just seeing Felipe Barreto in the 57 getting a nice little tow from one of the GT3 cars before entering down into Brooklyn's corner.
Brooklyn's corner, a very, very difficult corner to get correct, mainly because of that incredibly late apex. Take through to the left hander. Is anyone going out, or is anyone very close? So I've got Chris Gonzalez particularly in that 334 car, still just half a tenth behind Lorenz in the 95 DEAC Hackers car. Kim Peterson in the 766 DSR Dream Team car has been stationary on track somewhere about the club chicane. Actually, just saw the yellow light flash up on the timing screen behind his name. Another close battle on track amongst new pros. Antoine Lohr, the driver of the 15 meters motorsport car, the man that you mentioned before, just half a tenth of a second separates those two cars as well.
Yeah, I just saw Mika Hakimi having a bit of a moment coming out of Stowe involving one of the GT cars. It was green through sector 1 and 2, and I think that has cost him potentially jumping ahead of B32 Racing.
As that B32 Racing car, one of the teams here in EEWC that shares a rig. They're in essentially a central base, and they just swap in and out during pit stops whenever they need to, which can be a very interesting way of driving, something that you don't really see that often in endurance racing, especially sim racing endurance racing.
Yeah, it's always good fun when you're sharing a rig. I mean, it just kind of gives that more of a camaraderie aspect. You know, you're all in the same area. You can sit next to your driver while they're driving. You can explain things more clearly, and it does help over the course of a long 12-hour race, and you know, in the practice building up to it, and all of that as well. As I believe Alex Goldschmidt is here and ready to join us in the commentary booth.
Good evening, Neil. Good evening, Yusuf. Good evening, everybody. Just been literally from one broadcast to another. I've just watched a very, very interesting moment. The 717 GT3 leader in this qualifying session had a bit of an off-track excursion, let's say. Rally crossing like Matthias Ekstrom, and so they brought the Aston Martin quite spectacularly into the pits. But yeah, good to see Silverstone back under Nightfall, and looks like, I think as Neil was saying, Martin Hemmingson and the Pinsim Drillers Esports number 10 hypercar is showing back on our timing screens.
He indeed is, and straight in. Well, has that 141.9, but I just want to keep an eye on Thibaut Malbrun because he's gone green in Sector 1, currently sitting third in the GT3 class, and only 7 thousandths of what Zolt Prebeck was able to do earlier on in the session.
Yeah, that's very much the case. I think, you know, as we were talking in the preview show, which ahead of this round, you know, I think the number 41, you know, the McLaren 650S, that team's got something to bring to the party, and we know that they were so competitive at Indianapolis, but you know, it's going to be one of those cases where the drivers are really being tested. You know, Daniel Visno in the number 117, you know, leading this session by that's well over 5.5 tenths of a second as the Unison car comes out of the pit lane, and that was one of the other Aston Martins coming out of there. That might have been the Glam car that was involved in the wars back in Indianapolis, that came literally scything outside of the front of the pit box for 717 Unison Racing. That's what you don't want to be doing in qualification.
No, you don't. We've already seen some incidents coming through, you know, time penalties being given to some drivers. Eros Masquili will be one hoping not to get a time penalty. Pescara ADG currently sitting fairly decently, I guess, but it is P7 in the GTE class. He's gone green in Sector 2. Will he be able to improve on that 157.4 as he completes it up? And just wait for my timing sheets to update now.
Yeah, but one of the big things about being seeing Silverstone at night, Yusuf, I mean, it's a fantastic affair, and you know, to what we've got in store tomorrow, you know, 12 hours of flat-out racing round, you know, the FilmVolt 12 hours of Silverstone. It's great to have FilmVolt on board with us as well, and you know, it's just to see these cars literally go through Maggots, Beckett's, and Chapel. And as the Unison car gets out of the way of the very, very much quicker LMP2 cars, I might add, we are going to find that, just like with Indianapolis, when the hypercars and the LMP2s get up to speed tomorrow, that's where the real test lies. We've seen it before. You know, obviously I've spoken with the likes of Max Spooner from E-Team Brit and Nick Newcomb from Juice's Motorsport. You know, those teams were in the mire. They want to come back fighting here at Silverstone, and especially when it's home turf.
Yeah, it's home turf, and I mean, what better place to come back into form than at their home circuit? And of course, E-Team Brit and, Nick Newcomb as well from One Move will be hoping for a turn in their fortune. Of course, both two teams that we expect to be seeing towards the sharp end of the field, but had that rather cruelly taken away from them last time out in Indianapolis around a month ago.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on. It's now Max Bunovic behind the wheel of the 717 Unison Racing Aston Martin, our winners back last time out. The car's looking pretty planted. It's now on an out lap, and one of the big things now is even with these track temperatures as they are at the moment, Yusuf, there's still possibility of getting some good heat into the tyres and into the brakes and thereby into the carcass of the tyre. So the car really starts to grip, but then it's about getting that car wound up really well and truly. And in Nightfall, the biggest thing that we see here is I'm just going to actually just have a look on board with Max Bunovic. You can just see how much visibility these cars actually have, especially on board, the Aston Martin. It's on home soil. It's a complete Russian crew. But hey, Aston Martin, a proud name in the United Kingdom as a luxury supercar and hypercar manufacturer, especially with the Aston Martin Valkyrie that was produced in association with Red Bull Advanced Technologies. You can just see how committed these drivers are, and then comes up against that was a massive off for Bunovic, because it was really, really interesting that the rate of closing speed, Bunovic had no other alternative, and that was going through the fastest part of the circuit. I'm sure that new Nomex was virtually required for Max Bunovic right there and then. Oh my goodness.
I didn't quite see that one, but I do have good news for any fair racing team and pro sim fans, because Chris Gonzalez has put in a 44.9, and that's jumped him ahead of Roland Zux in the number 95 DEAC Hackers car, and pros have jumped up into 5th place in the LMP2 class, P6 in the LMP2 class, as Giuseppe De Fuoco has just improved, putting in a 56.894, so just a 10th off of Bart Slobodzian in the 66 Volante racing car.
Yeah, I mean, the times are starting to come down. We're coming into the final throes of qualifying here at Silverstone for the FilmVolt 12 hours. And we've seen this before, Yusuf. You and I, we would, when we were commentating for quite a lot of the Indianapolis 12 hours, we have always said that it's not about where you start. Okay, and the old adage, times are for show, points are to go, and everyone is gunning for points tomorrow. If they complete the race, that's great, they get a bonus point for doing so, but it's about those teams that want to get into the top few positions where you can score points, and this is where they really start to need building that momentum ahead of a championship assault here in the Endurance Racing World Championship.
Yeah, and we always kind of have this conversation as well, qualifying for an endurance race. How important is it? Well, if it means that you're towards the front or towards the very back, you're not in that midfield cluster of cars where you could so easily find yourself picking up damage on that opening lap. Usually we tend to see everyone taking it, fairly sensibly and not causing any incidents or anything of the likes, but it can so easily happen, and you just have to keep your nose clean, even if that means conceding 2 or 3 positions on the opening few laps.
Yeah, that's very true. It's just about how hard you're going to wring that car by the scruff of the neck, irrespective of which category it is. And, the drivers will have to bring their A game. And also the team in general will have to bring their A game, because it's about strategy. It's about making sure that you make the right decisions at the right time. And I've just noticed, again, that the number 10 of PinSim Jewelers Esports again has dropped off the timing sheet. So the number 80 of Omicron Sim Racing with as we called him, the very unfortunate Thomas Garcia on the previous show. I think at the end of the day, Omicron have got something to prove. They showed outright speed. They showed that they could, Garcia, Josef Suto, Patrick Silvasi, Magnus Jonerot, they all could compete with the likes of Jerome Kriekel, Martin Hemmingsen, Henry Sinek, and Sinek and Hemmingsen was, even with that, what was it we used when the number 10 went to Narnia?
Yes.
At Indianapolis. They came back, they were literally, that car was firing on every single cylinder, every single valve, every single gear. There was not a foot put wrong by them, and they came back and still won it.
Yeah.
And that just shows the calibre of the teams that we've got in this championship. And that was one of the real reasons that when, for those that might remember the interview that I and Yusuf had, when I got the call from Nick, I really, really was excited about joining this championship. And now that we're effectively home circuit for me, and for a lot of our team, that's one of the key points. It's a fantastic circuit. It's meant to be on the calendar. It's home of the FIA World Endurance Championship and the British Grand Prix, and so many other events as well, the British Touring Car Championship. But it just has so much history, so much folklore, and you can't not have a calendar without Silverstone at all, Yusuf.
Yeah, and it is just such a fantastic circuit. I mean, we talk about iconic corners, the likes of Maggotts, Beckett, Copse as well. I mean, but for me, I feel a bit weird when I say, one of my favourite corners at Silverstone, it's not Copse, it's not Maggotts and Beckett, it's just Stowe. And there's just something awesome about driving uphill towards Stowe, being able to brake super late and just throw the car in, knowing that it will stick, and being able to use what is a lot of track on the exit of the corner. And we talked about it in our preview show, how different this circuit is compared to Indianapolis, not just from a driving perspective, but also when it comes to navigating your way through the field of slower cars in the lower classes.
Yeah, and then it changes once again for those wondering about what is the next calendar round after this one. Well, it's the 12 Hours of Sebring, and that's another completely different circuit. We go from stateside to good old Blighty, then back stateside, and it just shows how much these circuits really mean a lot to a lot of people, and this is where it's going to change the dynamic of the championship, but also the dynamic of how things go. And you never know. I mean, Daniele Primavera from Musto GD Esports in the 54, obviously the pole sitter in this second qualifying session here at night. That's a pretty good lap time, 3/10 ahead of Berenguer and the number 51. These teams they need to perform on point. And it's going to be rather interesting tomorrow, Yusuf. I've just got that really, really weird feeling that some of these drivers are going to absolutely relish the chance to go side by side. And you mentioned Stowe. I've seen moves around the outside. I've seen them around the inside. I've seen people going through abreast into the braking zone in that corner. That corner, I think, is a dark horse here at Silverstone. I'm in complete agreement with you.
Yeah, and we were talking about the GT class. I was speaking actually to Neil only half an hour ago about the fact that you look at the GT class, it's Daniele Primavera at the top, then it's the 51 of WOSR Iso Performance, and these two teams, we saw them down in 8th, we saw them down in 5th respectively in Indianapolis, and it just goes to show how close that GTE field is, that we go from one track to another and the field can completely flip on its head.
Yeah, I completely agree, and in many respects it just shows the depth and the breadth of the quality of the field, that the drivers they'll have their own respective favourite tracks, let's be completely honest here, and some of them, as I said, they'll be chomping at the bit to go racing tomorrow. We're looking forward to seeing the show as it unfolds. I mean, we had so many twists and turns. There was more chapters than the never-ending story at Indianapolis, if I'm completely honest with you. It's just really good to see these. I'm looking at Daniele Primavera back on the number 54 in the GT pole position in this session, which is rapidly coming to its inevitable conclusion. Unison Racing are round one winners at Indianapolis. They've done a really good job. But that's been a really, really close affair. The 117 of Argosin Racing, again, are round one winners at Indianapolis. They put it on pole in this session by, 5.5 tenths. The GTE pole position in qualifying 2, covered by just literally 2 1,000 shy of 3 tenths. Then GT3, you're looking over 2.5 tenths on that particular side of things from Unison Racing, and then it's the number 41 Mugen Sim Racing 650S. there is just so much unpredictability ready for tomorrow that we don't know what's going to happen, and that's one of the things that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, and as we approach the real kind of crunch time of qualifying session 2, I was riding on board with DIS. They were green to sector 1, but they had a bit of a moment with the rear end going through the end of Maggot, so that's caused them to jump on into the pits, which means that nobody else is improving. And well, Alex, that means that we have got our final results, at least of qualifying session 2. I mean, still have to wait for penalties to be applied and 4 times to be combined for the overall session. And crucially, the number 10 of PinSims Drillers Esports in the hypercar class have not rejoined the session.
Well, I think, at the end of the day, that's going to hurt them. That's going to hurt them in terms of their starting position. But when they put Henry Sinnick or Martin Hemmingson in the car, that car comes alive. That's like a living, breathing entity, let alone a 4-litre V8 car that produces over 800 PS and over 1,000 kilos of downforce. You put those two behind the wheel, you ain't going to stop them at the moment.
Yeah, and they were unstoppable last time out, and they will probably be unstoppable tomorrow as well. But to run everyone through the grid order that we currently have, well, in the hypercar class, it is just Omicron Sim Racing that we're able to set at 42.8, but rather interestingly, Alex, no more than 1.2 seconds quicker than the fastest LMP2 car, which is the 117 of Varga Sim Racing and Daniel Wisner.
Yeah, Wisner doing a fantastic job ahead of the number 22 LMP2 entry of Mugen Sim Racing. Last had David Kalosai just got on board on the cockpit of Daniele Primavera, who and that is the number 54. That is the Musto GD Esports GTE pole sitter in session 2, just under 0.3 of a second ahead of the number 51. And that is the WOSR iZone Performance Porsche, and then just behind is you've got Bart Slobodian in the number 66 GTE, and that's one of the Volanti racing cars as well. The more successful of the two, with the 67 being a further 3 places adrift down in that class. And then Max Bunovic and the team at Unison Racing, the 717 Aston Martin, takes pole position in this session, ahead of Zolt Priebeck in the number 41 Mugen Sim Racing McLaren 650S GT3, and then it's Thibaut Malbrun in the number 26 car. That is the One Move Esports vehicle with the likes of Ludovic Darcuy, Cyril Malbrun, amongst others. And it's been a really ultra competitive qualifying session, and just roll on tomorrow.
Yeah, honestly, can't wait for tomorrow. Good to see, the 717 back at the top, continuing their form that they were able to show back at Indianapolis. They took the win in Indianapolis. They're going to be starting on pole here in Silverstone. I mean, we know how quick Zolt Priebeck was as well, able to really take the challenge to them until, well, the misfortune that really fell Mugen Sim Racing's way.
Yeah, Mugen Sim Racing, obviously the biggest conundrum was the double downshift, wasn't it, going into turns 1 and 2. There was complete heartbreak, but we know for a fact that team can fight, and that team will bring their A game tomorrow. I can guarantee you that much.
Right, I do wonder if we will be having any drivers joining us for an interview, because qualifying is now well and truly completed. The session has been brought to a close, so even if there are drivers out on the circuit, there is no way for them to improve upon their times.
Yeah, I think, when they got to the last 5 minutes or so, it was more a case of, can we bring some consistency in these darkened conditions? Because when we do go racing, it's going to be under daylight, and then when we get into the night time, that's when the teams will really have an opportunity just to get a real feel for the conditions. It was just more of a case of how they're gonna cope with it. What's the weather going to bring?
Because we all know that the British weather likes to throw its hand into the ring, and we both know that from previous experience.
You know what? I'm going to have a quick look. I'm going to have a quick gander over onto Met Office and check what the weather is for Silverstone tomorrow. So, Northamptonshire, tomorrow on Saturday, it is going to be raining at 3 o'clock. So, that will be hour 4 of the race, or hour 5. And it's going to be raining all the way until midnight. Well, it's going to start snowing apparently, which I guess translates to rain in the game. So a lot of water.
I think if you were to ask Jeremy Clarkson that right now, Yusuf, you would probably find that would be the case if he would say, well, that's more than just mildly moist, and that would be putting it politely in his vernacular.
It's going to be cold as well tomorrow. You know, we're talking about sub-zero temperatures, so that might also play a factor. I mean, we talked a little bit about earlier how the low temperatures of the night can, help the engine cool, but I mean, it plays an impact when it comes just down to pure track grip.
It does, because, I mean, if you bring rain into the equation, everyone's running on slicks. The biggest thing that can happen, the track can go from optimum to greasy within a matter of moments. Even, yep. I think, what was it? I'll give you all at home a bit of a real-life experience. My first ever commentary at Silverstone, in my commentary career, was back in, I think if anyone might remember when Kevin Magnussen was racing for Renault that year, and it was the same weekend as the Spa Grand Prix. I was at Silverstone commentating on the BRSCC August Bank Holiday weekend. The Saturday, the rainstorm that came, it literally had every different derivative if you wanted to ask Forrest Gump what different kinds of rain there is. That it was sideways, it was upside down, it was itty bitty stinging rain. It was like literally, the rain did not stop pretty much all day. And you throw that into the mix. You throw a heavy rainstorm into a track like Silverstone. There will be people sliding off the track rather easily, and it will be like skating on thin ice.
Well, I mean, I will always remember one race I had a circuit that you'll be fairly familiar with, Wilton Mill. Yeah. And it's a race that I'll never forget. It was in the BUKC. We were racing in two-stroke TKMs or Rotexes. I can't remember which now, but I'll always remember being out and it was bone dry. And then the rain started coming down. And it wasn't a lot of rain. It was just a little bit of rain. And it made no difference whatsoever. I mean, we were driving as if it was slicks. And then all of a sudden, one person spun somewhere. And there was a yellow flag for 3 corners. I think it was going through Christmas and heading down into, I can't remember what the hairpin's called now, but it was that section of the track. And you know what you tend to do when you're karting and a yellow flag comes out? You just ignore it and you just keep on pushing. But I had a back marker in front of me who was going slowly. As soon as that yellow flag ended, there was just no grip at all. And those 10 seconds of just not being at full pace was enough to let the tyres cool down, and then all of a sudden you cannot bring them back up to temperature. And the exact reverse of that had happened earlier on in the day, where it was raining at the start, and then the rain had stopped and the track was pretty much dry. But it took about 5-6 minutes just for the tyres to be able to switch on and to be able to put in laps rather than just sliding around the circuit. So who knows what we're in for tomorrow.
Yeah, looks like we've got a couple of interviews awaiting. I think I might leave this one to you, because this is Callum Wilson, I think, from the 404, and that is of Glam Racing.
Callum, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
We can indeed. So, Callum Wilson, hey. How has your qualifying gone?
It was tough. It was really tough. I did the first session in the daytime, and I just spent 2 hours pounding around trying to get some kind of respectable lap time. And we thought we had quite a good setup in the dry, and we're quite happy with it going into qualifying. And then we started looking at our lap times compared to another Aston Martin, I think the Unison Racing, and thought, quite a big gap there that we didn't quite expect. So we've just trying to be just been trying to work out where that sort of deficit is in the night session. I think we found a little bit more stability, at least. The back end was a bit lively when you took the fuel out. So it felt great with race fuel in. So all through practice, we thought, yeah, that's quite a good race set. Let's just see what happens when we take the fuel out. And it was a bit of a dog. So, yeah, difficult, but I think we're going to be around P5, P6, we'll see, when the average times come out between myself and Lee, who did the nighttime session. But yeah, our lap times are pretty similar in terms of what we could track out of it. So yeah, we'll see where we end up.
Well, on the plus side, it does sound like your race pace is a little bit quicker than your qualifying pace. Now, myself and Alex, we just had a quick look over onto Met Office to see the weather for tomorrow, and it looks like there's going to be a fair bit of rain. Is that something that you and the team are looking forward to, or is it going to be causing a few waterworks within the garage?
Well, this is what I was saying yesterday. We felt like we had a good, like we say, good dry pace and with a full fuel, but what we couldn't find was any wet pace on that setup. So we were looking to try and find a compromise, something that kind of works good in both. But like you say, it does look like it's going to rain probably for most of the race. So we need to kind of spend a bit of time tonight focusing towards kind of wet weather car. And if that means we lose a little bit in the dry, we just have to hope it rains a bit more. So yeah, we'll see. I wouldn't say we're quite confident yet, but we're working at it.
One of the biggest things that we were kind of interested in is because, of course, you're going to have that dry stint, you're going to have that wet stint. But what do you think, how difficult do you think it's going to be in that kind of crossover period where it's still not wet enough for wets, but you're on a very, very greasy, a very, very cold circuit as well with those slick tyres?
It was difficult yesterday because I was looking for that crossover period when we were doing practice yesterday, because obviously it was wet during practice, but it did start to dry towards the end. And it was fine when you were on slicks if you stayed online, but the problem is with endurance racing is it's a busy track. Faster cars coming past, especially in the GT3, which is the slowest out of all of them. If you have a hypercar come past, or a P2 or a GTE, and you even have to move slightly offline, you wouldn't think it will cost you any time at all, but it does it, and it's not just tenths, it's seconds in that corner. If you have to go offline completely, that's it. It's that corner's done and dusted, and you might as well come back tomorrow. So, yeah, I think that's where the challenge will be, is just managing traffic in the best way possible. I mean, you may even find it's a little bit easier just to breathe off the straights of the throttle and just let them pass if there is a quicker car, and don't lose as much time in the corners. Going to have to try and work it quite strategically, but it's all part of the fun.
Well, best of luck to you in tomorrow's race, and thank you for joining us, or for joining me for this interview.
No worries. All right, thanks guys. I'll speak to you hopefully later on.
We look forward to it.
Yes.
Now, Alex, I believe Marcus Ster is around, and I'm just trying to remember which team he is from right now.
I think that is 166 for ID SimSport. Marcus, good evening.
Good evening.
How are you doing?
I'm fine.
So, obviously, second round of the season, qualifying's over and done with. Just give us some thoughts about how the team got on with the conditions here at Silverstone in both daytime and nighttime ahead of tomorrow's race.
So I'm from the 177 car, but
okay, there we go.
Yeah. So we have worked a lot with the setup, but we don't find like a good setup for Silverstone today. So we finished last in the GTE class, and in the last 5 minutes of the night session, we got disqualified from the night session because of an escape on the track. So a decent qualifying.
but obviously slightly having the rug take the sweat from under the team's feet, so to speak, with the disqualification. But tomorrow is going to be a very different proposition altogether. We've got 12 hours of racing. Myself and Yusuf were talking about the weather, that the rain could play a big part. It sometimes does when Silverstone doesn't get quite to be flooded, but it gets quite saturated. how are you guys looking forward to the challenge of racing around here at Silverstone tomorrow?
So we are looking forward to maybe the Wayne and to race in the Wayne because we think we have a better chance in the Wayne, and we have worked a little bit on a Wayne setup because we think the chance of Wayne was big. So, and to look at the weather for tomorrow, we see like 100% of Wayne on the apps, but yeah, it's real weather. We don't know what's happening, and we will see.
Do you think that in some respects could fall, obviously qualifying being forgotten about now, but that's done and dusted, that's in the past.
Yeah.
One of the biggest things that I would look at that in sort of when you guys are saying, yeah, we're looking forward to the rain, we're looking at all the different permutations, all the different situations that can come about it. It's all about compromising the setup to get that nice balance between ride height, balance of the car going through the corners, but also ultimately having the traction. So if there is an issue, at least you guys have an understanding of that before we go racing.
Yeah, the setup is a little bit different from the drive setup. So it's not the same setup we use in dry and Wayne, but you cannot go full Wayne setup in a 12 hours race because what will happen if it's dry up? The setup is shit. So. Yeah,
I think that's quite honestly put there, Marcus, but thank you very much for joining us here for an interview here on GTR 24H post-qualifying. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Bye.
So, Yusuf, some very interesting words there from Marcus Stehr. Obviously, not the best way that they wanted to end the qualifying session. However, it is a case that tomorrow is another day. There's a new chance, there's a new horizon ahead of the teams. It depends on how these teams really muster up and they go for it. We know for a fact that, it's a 12-hour race. You've got to be mechanically sympathetic to your machinery. You've also got to make sure that you don't have a double downshift issue or a gearbox problem or a coolant problem or engine temperatures going through the roof. You've really got to have that perfect setup or near to perfect setup tomorrow, especially around a circuit where some of the corners you're going to be approaching in excess of 150 to 170 miles an hour.
Yeah, and we had this discussion before Indianapolis and we're having it again, but it's so... You're playing a game of chicken when you don't know what the limit is with your car. As a racing driver, you always want to eke out that last second, that last tenth, that last millisecond out of your car, but you do not know which corner, you don't know which lap by pushing that much your engine might go. You don't know when something might start to overheat. You don't know when an issue will come through, something that might not even be anything under your control as well. I think back to my 24-hour karting races that I've had. We've had front axles breaking because someone's ridden the curves too hard during their stint. And it can be absolutely anything. And there is this game of chicken that you have to play. And we've spoken a little bit, but not too in-depth about... We've talked about how Silverstone's a different track to Indianapolis, but I don't think we've really covered whether Silverstone will be a harder circuit on the car than something like Indianapolis. Because Indianapolis, you've got those two straights, one big straight and one shorter straight, whereas here at Silverstone, you've got... I'd say two big straights, the Wellington straight that's heading down into Brooklands, and then the Hangar straight, which is on the run up towards Stowe Corner.
Exactly. I mean, you put it rather perfectly there, Yusuf. I must be completely honest. But, tomorrow we go racing for the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone here on GTR 24H. A big thank you to everyone watching tonight. We'll see you just before 12 noon Central European time as the FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone gets underway. It's ding ding, seconds out, round 2. Good night.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 2, FilmVolt 12 Hours of Silverstone, is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.